Well, well, well. Well, welcome, B, and whoever else is in here. Welcome. What do you mean, damn intro is cutting into your bingo time? Are you going to play today? Mm-hmm. Okay, let me put the bingo link out. Let's see. Copy. Oh, goodness. Rushing me. No, I'm going to sleep. What the fuck? What do you mean you're going to sleep? Get your ass on panel. Acting like a hooligan and trying to eat dinner and trying to stay on an island all at the same time. Adulting stuff, you know? Oh. Trying to stay cool. Oh, the sound of silence. It's so blissful. No bickering, no arguing, no fussing, and no fighting. Uh, well, if you're not going to play bingo, then I'll just play video games because I'm good like that. Mm-hmm. What do you want?
What do I want?
What do you want? I thought you were going to bed.
Oh, I just came out to tell you I was going to bed. And that's what it was.
What is beeping? Oh, must be my phone.
They got fireworks going off in the lake right now.
Aw, you should take me there so I can see.
Well, you have to bring your ass here.
Well, you could take your phone out there so I can see.
Uh, then I got to get dressed, and it's just a whole ordeal.
Oh my gosh, all you gotta do is cover up that belly button.
No, I got to cover up my nipples.
Oh yeah, because you don't want Watcher to get a hold of them puppies. Oh, it's funny you just
Yes.
said that. I just heard a firework go off.
Yeah, they're finishing up. It's like bumper to bumper traffic jam out there.
Shit, I didn't even have my phone on. God forbid if someone tries to get a hold of me. Oh, goodness.
Well, I was going to send you a sticker, but you don't have them.
I'm scared to push the button. That's what I was saying. I don't know if I push the button if they work immediately or if this is something I have to wait for.
Well, I was going to hit it, but since you're scared,
Yeah, I am. I need training wheels
you know, you find out
by pushing the button.
exactly.
Don't push the button. I know. I wanted to be walked through it like I need training wheels. Like I'm all scarred and stuff.
Whatever. Okay.
Whoa, did you hear that one? Holy smacks. Our fireworks just must now be going off.
Probably. You
I
guys
heard
are a
them
few hours.
earlier, and for some reason, I thought it was thunder.
Well, my problem is I've got 3 lakes out here. Like there's one across the street, one a quarter mile down the road to the right, and then another one a mile, half mile to the left. So the problem is they all try to schedule theirs kind of like you guys do your channels, one after the other.
Ah, I get it. Hi, guidance.
It's pretty cool the way they do it, though.
So, do you get to see each set from one spot?
2 of them I can see real good from where I'm at.
So throw on a shirt and go show me.
I don't hear
I
any
took you
noise
guys
right
to
now.
go see Chinese New Year.
They just finished up, so I don't hear anything right now. It's been going
Oh,
off
whatever.
like the last 3 hours.
Guidance. I was telling him I was scared to push the button. Oh, maybe she stepped out. She's done it before. I'm a button pushing virgin.
Oh, and she's what are you saying? She's like a whore?
Oh, I never would say such a thing.
You called her a button pushing whore. That's what I heard.
I did not.
See, she heard you.
I said she's pushed the button before. I didn't say whore.
No, you said Guidance is a button pushing whore and she knows how to do it.
I
'Cause
said
she's
she's
done-
pushed it before.
You said she knows how to do it because she's done it so much.
Because she's done it before.
I know what I heard.
Don't put words in my mouth.
I'm doing it.
1, don't make me say 2.
2.
2,
Yeah,
Don't
I was that
make me
asshole
say-
kid. I would count out the numbers for her.
I know, so did my oldest. He'd be like, Mom, please don't say 2. 2, please don't say 3. Middle one, all I had to do is be like, Mommy's disappointed. That's it.
Yeah, he's well. I almost said his name. Yeah,
He's a little angel.
yes, he's the better one.
She said, sorry, changing pajamas.
Hello, Latoya.
And she said, Guidance was, hi, Latoya. Guidance was saying that the babies were trying to steal her shirt that she just got. Hiya, loves. OMG. Wow. So, Lacey,
It's a
Miss
potty mouth.
Lacey H. I was like, am I hearing this right? Little naughty thing. Latoya, I got to see your camera on to make sure it's you. No one else can see. Okay, hun. You can turn it off.
Oh.
You can turn it off or you can
Easy.
keep it on. Hi,
Yeah,
sweetheart.
Hey, I got I was on that percent, right? They call me a troll.
Wait, what? Your connection's breaking up. I can't understand you, hun.
I said that I was on that channel, right? They call me a troll.
You were on another channel and they were calling you a troll?
Yes.
Well, that's not very nice.
And
I get told I look like a troll all the time.
I know it was Scott on the other channel that called me a troll.
Wow. Well, that wasn't very nice of them.
No, because Scott was on my channel, right? But I had to kick him off.
Honey, can you go down and come back up and see if the
Yes.
the connection is better, hun? Thank you. Aw, I won't post it or anything, but oh, how cute, Guidance. She said she would send me a picture. How adorable. Kids are great. Hi, crazy brat.
Guidance, are you letting her play bingo for you?
Kids are good at bingo because, like they really focus. Like I would let Monkey play bingo on my phone all the time and she'd just go to town.
Yeah, Monkey's a little different too. She's probably like the most tech savvy kid I've ever seen.
I know. I'm like, can you learn how to make thumbnails for mom? Yeah.
I saw on her page that she's doing the videos. She's playing with that a little bit.
She's killing it, by the way. All she needs is hours. That's it. She's almost done with subs. Mm-hmm.
It's crazy.
And it's weird because Mike, you know how I was telling you that they updated YouTube. Hi, Georgia girl. Welcome in, love. YouTube updated their monetization regulations and so or requirements. And I
She's
never
going to be
got
scared to hit the button too?
the cool new ones.
Does that mean she's going to be scared to hit the button too?
No, she's mad at me. She's like, just hit it, mom. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm scared. I'm
Hello,
a big
Georgia.
baby.
Hello, crazy brat. The amount of estrogen in this room is overwhelming. You know that?
Well, mine is lacking, therefore they're making up for it. I guess now I could go on and get a sex change.
Might as well.
I know. I got useless parts. Crazy brat.
You can be like, what's that Jenner dude? Bruce Jenner.
Bruce Jenner. What did he change his name to?
I have no idea. Starts with a C, doesn't it? Like Carolyn or something.
Oh, it is. I think it is Carolyn. Wait, is it Carolyn? I think it is. Could you imagine being married to someone for so many years and then them deciding, I think I'm going to be a different sex?
Nope, because I can't imagine being married. So.
Oh my God. Get out the violin.
I know. Damn women are freaking crazy.
And she said the little ones didn't want to change into their pajamas. I loved being in my pajamas. That was like my favorite time. Still is. I could live in those puppies. Okay, well, except for right now when I'm having hot flashes.
Whatever. If you could be cuddled up in that, what the hell's that fuzzy outfit you got?
My giraffe suit?
Yes. You'd be stuck in that all day.
Oh, I would. Crazy Brat says, women rock.
Oh, women are awesome. Just the things they do to men are not.
Oh, are you a woman hater?
I am today.
Oh, why?
I just
yeah, they do, Crazy Brat.
I saw some things today. The old sneaky links. I saw 3 women parking their cars at random places and jumping in cars with dudes. Like, come on, we know what this is. You park the soccer mom over here at the grocery store, and then they jump in some truck with some dude that's been waiting there for 30 minutes. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. That's a really nice picture, Crazy Brat. I like that photo. Even wonder why menopause starts with men. Mm-hmm.
Yes, because the men are put on pause. You could go away now. That's what they tell us.
My dog doesn't even want to hang out with me. Just kidding. I'm completely lying.
I'll take your dog.
Although I am like, bro, like it's a little warm. Like you need to scoot over a little bit. Georgia girl says Caitlin.
Are you talking to me, Guidance?
Oh, she says, what part of Michigan are you in? The southern part. You know, down by the thumb. Wait, it's the hand wave, right?
I'm in the Detroit area, but the country area.
You're welcome, love.
But we're considered Metro Detroit. Okay, so I'm about 45 minutes south of where you're from.
Guidance said she says she'll tell her husband he's 8 years younger. Ooh, yeah. It's my kind of girl. Oh, she says she's from the Flint area. You know, I used to drive there all the time to Rydell. and pick up their skates?
I just bought my niece some for her birthday.
Oh, you did?
Some Rydell's.
The Dirty DS
They were the
or the
most
Dirty
hideous-
D's?
They were the most hideous looking roller skates I've ever seen.
Oh, did she pick them or did you pick them?
She picked them.
Guidance says, my dad and grandpa worked Grand Trunk. Is that an area?
Tell her.
Durant.
Oh, I know where that's at. Yeah, I live in the country north of Ann Arbor.
$989 reppin'.
I think we are considered the snooty part of the state. $989.
What is that? What is 989?
It's an area code
Oh,
for the hood.
oh,
Well, you remember I told you I was waiting for all the houses to go up for auction?
uh-huh.
That's all 989 area.
Really?
Yes.
Miss Guidance, I have a question. Once I hit the little button that says apply, then what? I'm scared to hit the button.
Just freaking do it.
And he's making fun of me. She said they built and upkept almost probably the train bridges. All the train bridges. She's like, do it, Inky. I'm scared. I'm scared.
Hello, the gray pill.
Hi, Gray. She goes, I saw, don't bring my Michigan blood out. Do it, do it, do it. Peer pressure, peer pressure.
There are some hood parts where she grew up at, kind of like where I originally grew up at. I just saw that there were 4 people murdered a street over from where I used to work.
Oh, that's terrible.
Like I said, it's the hood.
That's sad.
It just every day there.
So, Guidance, once I hit the button, can you guys tell? I'm still scared.
Wow, I just bid on a house last year at the auction right across the street from Flint McLaren. Literally right across the street.
She said it might take 2 days.
So hit the button already. Jesus.
I just did.
What are you scared of?
I hit the button.
About time.
It's about time.
See, it didn't even bite you, did it? Now that I didn't know that Miss T had some hood rat blood in her, but that explains a lot. 989's a rough area.
Guidance, do I have to use the one that's connected to my YouTube? See, I wanted to wait. I don't know. Yeah, do I have to use the email that's connected to YouTube? Or can I use any email? Call me a stranger.
Guidance
You,
says represent Dort Street, Dort Highway,
what's that?
the hood, right off the expressway. You get off of 23 or 75, whatever you want to call it, and you hit Dort Highway. You know you're in the hood.
Gray Pill says, Inky, you want to do what? Oh, I hit the little button for monetization. And I feel like such a newbie. And I was just asking, did you hear that?
That was a gunshot.
No, that was a mortar.
That was a drive-by.
Whatever. I don't live in the hood.
I do. I'm proud.
You live in the sticks.
Yeah, it's the hood sticks. We have beautiful lakes everywhere and drive-bys.
Oh my gosh. I don't think you live anywhere there's drive-bys. They'd have to drive a long, long, long way.
Look, I got pulled over with my ex-girlfriend in the car. The cops got behind me. They ran my plate and typed in the wrong number. It came up with a Flint address. They pulled us over, got both of us out of the car, and ID'd both of us separately just because they thought we were from Flint. When they realized we were locals, he gave me IDs back and let us go. It is, there ain't shit happening where I live.
Ooh, he did. Gray Pill and Guidance, can you put your links in chat? Gray Pill's another great creator, has a lot of good talk about like relationship stuff, narcissist stuff that you can enjoy.
Oh, that's scary, Guidance, because I know a guy up here that owns 2 strip clubs in Flint. It's actually my old boss's old boss. Well, that's kind of creepy. Nope, that ain't him then. It's all right. Nobody wants to see the girls in Flint. Trust me. Yeah, this guy's name was Mike. He owned many businesses on top of it being a strip club, one of them, or 2 of them. But yeah, anyway, like I said, nobody wants to see a girl stripping in Flint. They might have a whole set of teeth between every girl in the club. They got a club in Jackson that has a girl that dances with um she's got no legs, she's just got nubs. People seem to think it's hilarious. I don't know if I could attend a place like that. Your cousin got one pregnant. Wow.
Huh?
Guy
Where?
said her cousin got a stripper in Flint pregnant. All right.
Okay. So I clicked the button. I did it. It says in progress.
That word is progress.
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 You call me a saint. Okay.
All right. It's way quiet in here. Where is everybody?
I know, because I don't have no background music or nothing on.
Well, where did everybody go? See, you weren't live at the right time. Everybody dipped out. Oh boy, guidance is going to guide you through it.
Oh, too late. See, I was wanting to walk through earlier. I think it did because it sent me back to the dashboard.
I saw that somebody said in your chat that somebody else had a special show going on tonight.
Make sure. Oh, possibly a fumble if he's still alive. He probably is. So, what do you mean by to make sure that it's connected YouTube under dashboard 2? There's a whole separate one. I guess I should have just did it on the computer instead of my phone.
Yes.
Let's see.
No singing.
Lincoln's live.
That's the dude that had a special.
Oh. So I got an email from Gray Pill, and he has. When is this for? Is this for now? Is he live now? Oh, in 3 days. Okay. I got it. I will save it.
I will save it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just have the new little 3 boxes now. Okay. It just looks different, I guess, on your phone than it does like on the computer. Oh. So, Bill, how was your day? What did you do?
I worked on that truck I was going to sell and decided that if the girl doesn't buy it for her daughter, I'm keeping it.
You're going to keep it?
Yeah, I like it better than my other one.
Oh, you like it better than the new one?
Yeah.
I just think you don't like the new one because it's like kind of, you said it's feminine for you.
Well, it's small. Yeah, I could fit this one. I could fit the little one in the back of this one. But the little one gets, 28 miles a gallon or whatever it is, 26 miles a gallon. Where the other one only gets like 12. Actually, it's not that bad. I think it's like 16 or 18. And being that I've got an hour drive to and from work,
When do you get to go back to work since your surgery?
I hope the 8th of this month, this coming month, they let me go. I hope. I mean, I went to physical therapy today. I was running at like 4.8 miles per hour with a 3% incline on the treadmill. There's nothing crazy like elevated. So the girl was like, she goes, I shouldn't say it like this because I'm not a doctor, but she goes, you appear to be fine. So, okay, well, but she's like, it's above my pay grade to say so. So basically I just got to wait till I get this doctor's appointment.
And then at the doctor's appointment, do they release you for work?
From what I understand, yes. That would still be a month and a half early from what I'm supposed to, but I've met all the requirements. I mean, they told me at physical therapy that, most of the people, they can't run. Their goal is to get them to walk at 2.5 miles an hour, and they graduate the program. I'm over here running at almost 5.
Huh.
So they're more or less telling me I'm beyond healthy and ready to go. So, like I said, they're not real. The people at physical therapy don't have any way to give me permission. But outside of that, I went and looked at a bunch of the houses coming up for auction.
Mm-hmm.
I am half tempted to go right now and go steal the sign from in front of one so I can make sure that nobody has the code they need off the front of it to bid.
You ornery little shit.
Look, if I can buy a house for 20 grand in my neighborhood, I will most definitely do it.
Oh my God. Wouldn't that be illegal though?
I don't know what happened to the sign.
See, I think about law way too much. I'm
But
like, is this illegal? Is that illegal?
But it's like 3/4 of an acre, 2-car garage. The garage has actually got a pretty nice little walk-through, like what they call it, a breezeway to go to the house. And it's on the lake. So if I can scoop up all that for like 20 grand, I'm on it. I don't care if the whole place needs rehabbed.
Well, yeah, because if you can get it that cheap, you could build a whole new house on it and upgrade the value of the home property.
Exactly. And that's just it. I mean, you can't. There's not a house in that neighborhood for under $300,000. So if I can scoop it up for next to nothing, you can barely. To give you an idea how long it's been vacant, I talked to the neighbor, and he said he thinks it's been close to 5 years. But to give you an idea how long it's been vacant, it's got a gravel driveway off the paved road. It's still kind of country, but it's on the lake. Anyway, the driveway is gravel, and a weed grew up through the middle of the driveway, and you can't drive a car down it now because it's now a small tree.
So what did they do? Did they take the tree out?
Oh, yeah, you have to cut it down.
Oh.
You would want to cut all that stuff down anyway, if I bought it, because the property it's got a well and a septic system in it, so that's your water supply. You don't want to get tree roots and stuff like that in your water supply.
Right. Craziness. So how are the property values out there? Are they still on the up and up?
Oh yeah, everything. Lakefront property always has an artificial value to it, so it'll always be worth more than that same house. If I put it in a neighborhood 2 miles down the road. As long as it's not on another lake, that lakefront would make that house worth more.
Wow.
I know.
Says my auntie did a rent to own in Corona. Corona. I'm not sure if I'm saying that. Corona.
That's another one of those small hole-in-the-wall cities.
Is that another lakefront property?
Not usually, no. I mean, it's a Michigan. We have lakes everywhere.
Isn't it like the Land O'Lakes or some stuff?
It's considered a Great Lakes state. We have the most fresh water out of any other state in the country. I think I saw somewhere that we have like 18% of the world's fresh water. The world's.
Wow. I wonder if you get yours like we do, like we get ours from the snow.
No, we don't get much snow. It's just, like I said, it's not, well, up the northern peninsula has a lot of lakes. But, I mean, the area I'm around, we have, within a 10-minute drive of my house, I can probably hit 20 different lakes at once within a 20-minute or 10-minute drive. 10, 20 minutes, whatever it is. I mean, we have 7 lakes that are all together. They all connect. The village I live in has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lakes, and it's a village. It's not even a city. So there's a lot of waterfront around here.
Wow.
That's why I said kind of a snootier. Higgins Lake is probably the most beautiful lake in the world. It's actually rated as one of the most beautiful lakes in the world. I love to go camping up there, and I also like to go kayaking. Or even if you tube down the Au River, it is gorgeous. You can do like a 8 or 10 hour cruise down the river.
Wow, that's nuts.
Yes, you
She
should
said
Google it. She said
Guidance
what?
says Higgins Lake, we had a cabin. Aww. They have little islands?
Yes, it is. This isn't. I mean, there are so many tourist destinations around here. It's disgusting.
Huh.
There are a bunch of those homes up around the Higgins Lake area going up for auction right now. Like you can buy. I've seen cabins up there for $15,000 and $20,000.
Oh, Guidance says that there's like a 360 view of all the fireworks on the lake.
Yep.
Wow. So you're not talking about Lake Michigan. You're talking about little micro lakes then.
Well, they're not. Depends on the size of the lake. Like, hang on, let me Google the size of the lake that's closest to me.
That's crazy. I went to see the fireworks in Lake Tahoe once on a boat, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, usually I take my boat out, but nobody to go with, no reason to go. Yeah, so the lake that's closest to me is 644 acres.
That's a pretty big lake.
Yeah, it's not. I wouldn't consider it a micro lake by any means.
I wonder how many acres is Lake Tahoe?
Let me look it up.
It's been forever.
122,000.
Wow. 122,000 acres?
Yes.
Wow. I didn't realize it was that big.
Well, this is a little misleading the way they say this. It's 21 miles versus the one that I'm on is it doesn't say in miles. So they're giving us different numbers here. But yeah, it's a big lake. Like I said, oh, with Lake Tahoe, they're counting all the contributing lakes with it too. So that's a skewed number.
There's more than one lake at Lake Tahoe. I only know of one.
There's one. Then there's the Truckee River. Lake Tahoe is the largest freshwater lake in Sierra Nevada and the largest alpine lake in North America. Only 5 Great Lakes are larger by volume, so the Great Lakes in Michigan are larger still.
Wow. I figured that Lake Michigan was way big. Oh, well, no, it is bigger, right?
Yeah, it is bigger than Lake Tahoe. So, this website says Lake Tahoe is only 100,000. I mean, it's still big, but it's not that big. But yeah, the inland lakes, like where I live, 644 acres is a huge lake. Like I said, there's 6 other lakes that connect to this one that you can actually drive lake. Like if I go to the end of the street and jump in a boat, I can actually take it to 7 different lakes. They're all connected. You just go through the canals and under the bridges.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. I was saying I've only been to Michigan to like go roller skating and go see the city and stuff. I've never got to enjoy like the scenery, except for once I went like kind of like middle up north or something. And I went in the winter, so it wasn't very nice. It was like cold.
It's beautiful here. It really is. Like especially during the summer. I mean, the winter, if you get into winter sports like skiing or snowmobiling, that type of stuff.
Do you have mountains to ski on?
They do in northern Michigan. Yeah, they have the Porcupine Mountains. That's where I went.
Cute. Porcupine Mountains.
Yeah, that's where I went camping last year. They have bears, coyotes. That's where all the stuff that kills you is at. But that's where I went camping. Remember when I went camping last year? I went hiking, camping/hiking by myself. That's where I went. It was the Porcupine Mountains.
Huh. Porcupine Mountains. That sounds cute.
Yes. My favorite place to go is actually in Ohio, though. You should Google it. I like to go hiking. Ohio. Google Hocking Hills, Ohio.
Let's see. You said it's called what?
Hocking Hills. Hocking. You would never guess that is Ohio. It is gorgeous there.
Let's see. Images. Oh, that's pretty. Oh my gosh, there's like waterfalls and stuff.
Yeah, the first time I went there, I went hiking, and I left one attraction, and after we hiked through the trail, I actually came through the other side of the trail, and you actually walk through the bottom of the waterfall to get out.
Oh my gosh, look at this. Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can get it to. Let's see if I can get it to load. Oh my gosh, that's a gorgeous picture. Did it show up?
No.
Hold on. Hold on, I'll be right back. Wow, where'd you go, B?
I hit the wrong button. Oh, Jesus. I gotta
These
stop.
fireworks are like so loud. Look how pretty. It is so pretty. Oh my gosh, look at this one.
So that
I
first
just-
one you showed, back it
Uh-huh.
up one, that is the one that I actually hiked through.
Oh, which one was it? Oh my
Because you
gosh.
come, what it
Was it
is
this
you,
one?
yes. So you actually come through a cave at the very bottom, and then you walk into, you squeeze between these giant rocks, and then you go into this cave, and then you got to be careful because in the middle of the cave, there's no lights in there. This is natural, but it's not roped off either. So if you look down, it's like 150-foot drop, but there's a hole in the middle of the cave.
Hi, Lacey. Welcome. Sexy mouse.
There's the girl with the potty mouth.
Look at this one.
Yeah, it's gorgeous there. I love going there.
Oh.
Last time I went with the ex, and I rented a cabin there for a week. The cabin had a hot tub that hung off the rear deck, and then it was a 175-foot drop over the edge off the back of the hot tub. It was all mountains and these giant like trees that have probably been there 200 years. It was beautiful.
Wow. That is awesome.
But that is my absolute favorite place to go hiking. You can actually, if you're lazy, I don't want to say lazy, if you're less
Marcy, you're welcome up if you'd like to come up.
if you're less than fit, you can actually drive to each of the attractions there, or you can hike.
Lacey says, sorry, I've got so much building up inside me. I really do belong on Degenerate Island.
She belongs on a potty mouth island.
Oh goodness. I think it's cool. Like she can just like let loose. Like it's taken me years to like just let loose. I've been so wrapped up tight and bubble wrap.
I guess.
Hey, there's some never mind.
Yeah. So, and as you can see, the attractions, they've got some strange names. Like I think one's like
it looks like gushing vajayjay right there.
Well, there's one called like Fat Lady Squeeze or something like that. Like, but it's a beautiful place.
Wow.
If you want to see another beautiful place, I like to take the boat to. Look at Picture Rock in Michigan.
Oh, interesting.
She's lost your bubble wrap. Was the bubble wrap in the car?
Marzi, is this still between you and Bill? Is that what this is? Well, you guys need to learn to kiss and make up like everybody else. There's no bickering on my channel. It's been made clear.
I'm gonna start dropping.
Look at this picture.
I'm telling you, it is
Oh
gorgeous.
wow, look at this one. What is this? Ah. I love waterfalls. Like there's a section that I drive through when I do my commutes. And I think next time I go through there, which will be Monday.
I'll
Monday
tell
or
you,
Tuesday, I'm gonna drive through there and I'm gonna stop and I'm gonna do I don't know if I want to do photos. I might just go live.
all right, check this out. You like that place, right?
Mm-hmm.
I know you're not a winter person, but
No,
type
not at all.
in add winter to the end of that search.
Shit. What was I searching?
Hocking Hills, Ohio winter.
Hocking Hills, Ohio. Okay. Well, maybe if I just scroll, maybe they have winter photos. Maybe not.
Nope.
Oh yeah, they do right here. Look at this one. Look at it. Is that the same waterfall? It is, huh? With snow? Oh, you can't see it.
No, it's not.
Hold on.
refreshed.
Hi, Gray. Welcome.
Hey, lady, what's going on?
Not much. How about yourself?
I'm good. Work, settling in. That's pretty much it. And rinse, repeat for tomorrow.
Do what?
Work, home, settling in, finish eating. So then rinse and repeat tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I did get your email.
Okay, cool.
For 3 days, so I set a reminder.
Okay, thank you.
Marital standard. Is that what the topic is?
Yes.
Very nice. And now, would you like to explain that? Or do I have to wait?
You have to wait.
Darn it.
You have to wait.
This is going to be interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I think it will be.
This sounds like to me, what are you going to be your standards for your marital life?
Yeah, or reaction of somebody else giving their examples of what their standards is. So
Well, I think, oh, man, like, what can you say without getting, like, pissing people off? It's hard. Like, some people's standards are not as high as others.
exactly.
I guess it was kind of like the last question we were asked.
Oh yeah. Okay. I thought you talking about the one when we was all together last time.
Yeah.
That was a good question. I thought it was a good. Well, no, not that question. No. That's a little bit of a rude question to ask a random person.
Oh,
But
no,
I think-
not that question, but it was the topic.
Oh yeah,
Or that.
the question that was asked to me by Miss Marcy Girl. That was a good question because it was relatable to the conversation. So I thought that was good. And plus, you got to be challenged sometimes. So I thought that's why I kind of got hyped up when I was like, "Oh, okay, you coming at me? Let's go." So I just wish I could have finished out my thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
But it was a good conversation. It was really was.
Yeah. It was awesome. I mean, it flew. It came over here. It was still like going, and I was just like, "Wow, this is just a crazy topic to discuss." It was great.
Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
wow.
loved it. I loved every minute of it.
Okay.
Dale C says, "I can't swim." Oh, he's on the island forever because he can't. Oh, he's on the island forever because he can't swim. We're playing like, kicking people off the island on
Survivor.
kind of.
I
And
haven't
I was
seen
like,
that.
wait. And I was like, wait, don't kick the people off. We could use them as consumables like food.
Like the what's that crap? The one with the kids. I don't want to say flying something. It was a long time since that movie. Where all the kids were stuck on the island, and they had to survive and fend for themselves. But if we're talking about Survivor, I haven't seen. I don't know the rules of that because the last time I actually kind of saw it, it was a guy who cheated. He had his grandmother lie and say that she was delete about the pass or something. So the whole cast gave him I think it was like $50 million. So he won.
Holy snaps.
And they found out that he lied.
Oh man, did they get their money back? 'Cause
No, I mean
fraud,
that's
isn't
part of the
it?
game. He found the loophole and he won.
Wow, you would think that would be fraud. See, I see things have to. Why do things have to be so shady?
Yeah. I was gonna ask you
People are-
that. I'm sorry, Big O.
I just said people are shady.
Yeah, if humans gonna be humans, man. It is what it is. If you get inklings or red flags, 'cause a lot of people's not that self aware. And everybody takes an L now and then. Either you get disrespected, or somebody put hands on you, or somebody just like they little click the bash on you. So if you can find out who those people, if you're aware of who those people are beforehand, you kind of winning, you're good. So you can know how to avoid it. But if it hits you, okay, cool. You know not to go back. But overall, just understand people's gonna be people. Once you get that sense, like, okay, these are not how my close personal friends or family members, or heck, even my own personal space. This is not how I interact with people, and the people that I know don't interact with me like this. I'm not gonna really engage, you know.
Right when it's out of the norm for you.
Correct. Because I'm very like I'm low key petty, but at the same time, like I really don't got time for the BS. I
Wait,
don't know
what's your sign?
oh Lord, I'm a Taurus.
Oh,
Yeah, on the front lines.
see, I was thinking, I was like, is he a Cancer?
I better not be.
Because I was like, because
Not no male Cancer.
we can be low key petty,
Taurus can be petty too.
and I'm like, and I was like, I could totally relate to it when you said it. I was like, man, I'll be like, I can hold a grudge.
You know what's funny when you said that fellow content creator of mine, her birthday just saying so she did like a birthday celebration. I didn't realize all of them was Cancer, so you might be right on the Cancer part because it was 3 of them, and she's petty. She is petty.
Yeah. Ask B, he'll tell you. I can be petty humpy.
I'm the
Yes.
I'm the type of petty, like I think like what's that card game, like 52 pickup, like I'll let you kind of put yourself in that situation. I'm like, and I'm still like trying to be your friend, I'm still trying, and I'm like, oh okay, and then I come around, just lay it all at you, and then they'd be like, why are you doing this? Remember 1981 69 at 11:59 p.m. and 00 seconds? That was a long time ago. Yep, today is a new day.
She's
No.
worse.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm low key petty.
See,
I'll
but
throw the jab, bro.
See,
I don't go for throw punches.
I will let it add up and add up and add up and add up. And then I'll be like, you did this on this day. You did this one on this day. You did this one on this day. And then they'll be like, why didn't you bring that to me? And I was like, I was hinting at it. When I'd be like, oh, you're stepping over boundaries.
Yeah, that's not even a hint. That's a
Wait a
casual.
minute.
Yeah, that's not even a hint. That's a casual. I'm letting you know.
Yeah. And I don't like being that way, but sometimes like okay, let me go back because this is a great topic. So when I was younger, I would just let shit build up and then I would just explode and end up in tears and crying and hurt and upset. As I've gotten older over the last 10 years, I'm like, okay, what you're doing is bothering me, or I'm not comfortable with what you're doing or what you're saying or how it's making me feel. I'm feeling a type of way from this. And letting it out slowly instead of letting it build up, which is supposed to be healthier. And that's called communication.
Yeah,
but I tell you, but people take that and then they'll use it against you later.
Yeah, but
that's the opposite of you now.
What'd you say, Bingo?
I just said that's the opposite of her now. Now she'll just rip. I don't know where she got this. I build it up because she will just, at least for me personally, she will rip my head off.
I think she kind of called it. Like she said, all this stuff happened to her past. So it's like now she felt like and this is me assessing you at this moment, Inky, but based on that, a lot of pretty much like how that old saying go, a lot of shit happened in my past. So I learned from it. So I got a perspective off of that. So I'm taking that and moving forward with it. Like on me, I hear what you're saying. That happened with me, but I found a breakfast club type of friends in high school, because like elementary was like the worst until like the last day. I just like, yo, enough is enough. And then high school came around, so like, yo, this is gonna be my time. And then I just started picking selective people that's gonna, like, we was just all kind of like in the same kind of breakfast club type of group from the movies, and we just all just clicked. And then we just started doing our own thing, so it worked out. And then after high school, like anything else, like, okay, well, you ain't gonna have the same friends no more. You got to find, there's a new world, like quote unquote the new island. So you got to figure things out. So it was like that. And I said, okay, now it's just me. Then so I had to utilize all little tools I learned from each friend, each whatever, and take those and move it forward. You know what I'm saying? And then like the adult world. Then I remember one guy, it was something happened at work, and he just ended up just being like a mentor to me. He was a straight butthole, but he was very loyal. He was a cool dude. He always looked after me. But he just always an asshole. So he's a Leo. So shout out to him. But and most stuff, like if it happens, sometime might be today, I'll just look back like, oh, what would this person do, or what would I do if this situation happened? So I just got a little bit more, I guess, aware or faster, where critical thinking of the how to or what to do if scenarios happen. And that's pretty much it. It could be, hey, the way you look, if you're intimidating, or like quote unquote, like, or if you're a woman, you know, even the feminine wiles or not. So that is pretty much how I do. But mostly I'm just like, I think the safer for me as I got older, I'm like, I'm a homebody. If I get out, let me go do what I gotta do and dip. If I'm hanging out with my cousins, like I think the last time we went to see a movie, it was more, for me, it was like more of a controlled environment without it being a controlled environment. Like, you know what to expect if you go to a restaurant, you know what to expect if you hit to the movies, you know what to expect that, but you can't control the people around you, how they act and react to what you say and do. But that's fine because I'm okay with that. But anything just extra out the norm, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, I don't like the whole extra thing.
Yep. But sometimes it depends. But sometimes it can be challenging too. Like I remember the first time I went overseas, and I was like out the blue, and I enjoyed it. It was challenging. It was exciting. It was fun. With group of people. They was kind of strangers, but I kind of knew them at the same time, and it was fun. I came
So
back with.
Are you
Huh?
ex-military?
No.
Because you named off like 2,400 hours, and I was like, oh, I wonder if he's ex-military. I'm like, if he says, oh, what is it? Another word for getting your shit together, squared away. I was like, then he's got to be military.
I could be just a kid from Jersey.
Oh, I guess
we have them terms too.
Wow. Craziness. What's the chat doing? What is the chat saying? It says, I'm off to bed. Night, Timmy. Thank you for coming in. Well, so I have another question.
Sure.
And I hope nobody takes offense to this, but I just recently realized that I guess I'm a far right person.
Okay.
And I never really understood the difference between being far right, far left, or in the middle.
I never kind of understood it. That's the question you're asking?
Yeah, I'm like, I just wanted to know what others' perspective was on it.
I really didn't really get understand. When I hear that, I hear like political thoughts. In the, I guess for me on the YouTube space, as far as like trying to get, content or viewers and stuff like that. For me, when I hear the far left, far right, it's like the extreme. I'll give an example. Let's say, what stuff be popping in my algorithm? Okay, like the relationship topic. Like they'll say, like I'll hear like some content creators say, all women need to be submissive. Like where we get that from? But then, and this is a blank statement, and then they'll just pile on the dog piling up bashing women. So that's pretty much like a far leftist or righty thing to say. And then on the other side, you'll hear, I've seen spaces where they call it the vesters, where women just will quote unquote denounce their race, but be involved or seeking relationship with the opposite race. So that's a whole nother side. You know what I'm saying? I guess the far left, far right. And I guess me, quote unquote, the gray pill podcast, the gray areas. So I'm always in the middle, because me low key, I get triggered when I hear absolutes. Like if it's like, yeah, all cats always have hair, and I'm like, no, there's some hairless blank cats out there. So that's pretty much where I'm at.
Interesting, because I would assume that I was gray, but someone recently told me that I was more right than
based off what?
I guess just my point of views on everything from religion to politics.
Okay, well, what is your view on? We don't have to get that into it, but like this base, because somebody told me in the chat I had some conversation about something. Somebody in the chat was like, "Yeah, he's based." I said, "I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that." I guess I'm a type of person like, if like if yeah, Marisol girl said I'm gray. But I don't know. You seem very confident, Marisol girl, when the conversation we had. So I wouldn't say you that gray. I think you feel very confident in the stuff you were saying, especially relationships. So I don't know that much. But for me, I think I'm based on, let's say if I have a house and I got the little picket fence or the gated fence, whatever, like I'm good if somebody physically don't come on my yard. Like I will get like, why are you here? It got to be a reason you come to my house. I don't invite people over. But I think that's pretty much more the Jersey in me. Most people just don't let that happen. What else? I don't know. I'm just too simple laid back. I don't think there's. Go ahead.
So I googled it, and it was like they're like, okay, extremist, and it says fascism, Nazism, and then it says neo-Nazi, basically like neo-Nazi, and then like
For the right or the left?
it says the alt. It says position, the alt right, racial supremacism,
Mm-hmm.
and then or ideologies. And chauvinistic. I'm like, I don't look at it that way. I have boundaries, and I mean,
That'll make you chauvinistic, though.
yeah. So I mean, someone told me that. That's why I was like, kind of like going back, going, what does it mean to anybody else? Because to me, I just think I'm like, there's some things I'm really strict on, and then there's other things that I'm more laxed on.
Yeah, that's like okay. That's like Lacey H said, I'm pro guns. Like just that alone. Somebody that I know got interviewed, and for that they're more I don't want to say conservative.
So am I, Lacey, but that's because probably we're from the country.
Yeah, I say more what, libertarian?
Maybe.
Does that make sense?
I
don't know. I just don't get.
I didn't know what it meant, because there's some people that are like really, really into.
They say you was more righty.
Yeah,
but you just read up. It don't sound like you though.
That's what I said. That's what I'm reading, and it says far right politics. And I was like, that doesn't really sound like me.
I think I'm more.
I am conservative. I am conservative when it comes to certain things. I think I'm more conservative. Some a little bit libertarian. I think that's me. Little libertarian, but I think I'm more conservative. But I'm more of the side, like, and if we're talking about politics and all stuff, they be voting and ranting about. I'm more of the lines of, if you like it, I love it, but don't put your views to me that could be toxic or could be destructive. Don't shove it down my throat. Don't bring it to my plate. Don't bring it to my door. I think that's pretty much my thing. But I'm not going to be triggered by it. If you come to me like, hey, so are you, like that question that was asked on somebody's panel, I'm not going to be triggered by it. But I'm like, why did you say that? That's pretty much how I'm going to come with it. Or why are you, or like, remember back in the day, I don't know if they still do it, like the, what's it called? The religious group that always come knocking your door and be like, hey, do you want to be part of this, that, such and such, and God, and all that. And I'm like, the bicyclists.
It was something else. I didn't call the bicyclists. It was something else.
I call them the little bicyclists. I always tell them I'm Jewish, and then they leave.
Oh, I actually had one. I was shocked. The one I was in Georgia in the country at my elder's house, and they actually just came out of nowhere. And I'm like, I looked around like, it's like 10 miles of dirt road, right? Y'all came all the way over here trying to bring people into the flock. I was like, screw it, let's have that conversation.
Nobody ever likes to hear what I have to say when it comes to religion.
That might be interesting.
Yeah, that's a whole nother day.
Exactly. I just pretty much I don't know.
It's a lot like politics. It's very, very it's a very hot topic. If anyone in chat wants to play bingo type of one, I don't know where B went. B fell off, or I accidentally clicked him off. I sent a message. Where'd he go? So
That's funny. You got a cat avatar, and I'm hearing a dog.
I know he's out there barking at.
I was like, her Mars is all screwed up right now.
I should put a dog on there, so then every time he barks, they just think it's the avatar.
That's fine.
He went for a drive. I know. Well, I told him I go throw on a shirt, show us the fireworks. He wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I gotta look into that. Like I don't put too much, like she said, but libertarian fits the most, I guess, for her. I don't really put too much stock into it. I'm just like, again, I'm just the type of guy. If you like what you like, cool. Just if I'm not, because you can tell most people not into it. Like I'm not this, I'm not that, and they carry themselves that way. So it's like those type of people, like you don't want to like infringe upon your beliefs or religions onto other people. Because like I said, religion is a hot topic. Relationships is one. Politics is another. Those are just gonna keep going on and on and on and on. So, but yeah, that is me. I'm good. You like it, I love it. Yeah, I think I'm too laid back and too flexible for most.
Very interesting.
Yes.
Nobody
now if
typed
I
the
get-
one in chat. I guess nobody wants to play bingo today.
Uh,
Yeah, I got a day off. I get a bingo day off.
become free. Maris girl saying, finish the I guess answer that she asked. I really don't remember it. I remember the first part I was giving off, and it was like, all right, I'm done.
Oh, maybe I'm lagging. I don't see that. Where was that at?
Oh, it was way up. So you gotta get your panelist skills up. You got to be all multitasking.
Oh, I know. This is it's a lot of work on this side. Lacey H says, I refuse to subscribe to a political group, but there are certain things I feel strongly and passionately about having to go through it firsthand.
I agree with that. I think that was me. And I don't want to use like our last president. I dove into that when he was running. So that was interesting for me, but I really didn't even take a side. I just for the learning factor and to keep updated on certain current events, and that was it. But anything really before that, I really didn't put too much stock into. And I know most people are like, well, yeah, this is your country. I'm like, I get it. I understand.
Lacey says she wants to play bingo. I'm sure Marzi will play with you. We have seven in here. Well, at least 7 people watching at the moment. I know there's a bunch of other streams. I try not to go on Friday night unless they really want me to do bingo, because there's so many people on. Michelle V says bingo. Graham not. Yeah, if you want to play bingo, type a 1 so then I know who wants to play. Here, I'll put the banner up. Oh, I'm so used to it being purple. That's weird. It's black.
Oh, you can change the colors. You have to go to your settings on top right.
Oh, I'll do it another day. That's a lot of work for me. Jesus, monkey humping a football. I am not that.
I ain't gonna lie, that's kind of lazy. That's lazy.
So is it the edit box? It's the brand box. Huh?
Yeah, it's the brand. She said, but I do not want to click 2 times.
Try it this way. There. How about that way? There. Now it's more visible to the eye. Holy moly.
Oh, man. Here you go. Cute
Lacey says she wants to. I know Marzi does. Sancho, are you going to play bingo? We only need 3.
How long bingo usually lasts?
Because we're only doing because we're only doing 1 game. If we do speed rounds and we're not in here flapping at the jowls, then probably get through it in like 30 minutes.
All right. You say you only need 3? I'll join in for that one if it's not gonna take that long. I'm fine with that.
Oh, Marcy says she can't today. She paid her bills.
What?
Okay.
It's a free game?
It's $10 donation.
Oh, I'm with you, Marcy. I'm out.
So I have a nonprofit, and it's for domestic violence, sexual abuse, and cyberbullying.
Okay, I did topics on that.
And so I started this channel to give those that have been through it or dealing with it or know someone that's been through it just a place to go hang out and BS and play games and to keep the channel open. And my main goals are, getting government grants to have homes that have a decent sized piece of land.
Mhm.
So if you have an animal that if you need to go to a safe place that you can take your animal with you, because that's not really an option anywhere in the US.
Okay, that's a real good
So
cause.
say you're a battered male or woman, and you have like your dog that's been with you through this whole thing, and you can't leave that person because you have an animal, right? Because if you go to a battered shelter, they'll be like, sorry, there's no animals allowed. And so a lot of people will stay in that environment because of their animals. Because you can take your kids, but you can't take your animals.
True.
Yeah. So it's really a sad, very, very sad situation. Yeah.
Okay.
So
That's
one
really-
of the things I was discussing was, talking to, homeowners that have, like how they have snowbirds, right? Like people that live up north and they go down south for the winter, or people who like live in California, but say they go to like Texas or Florida.
just to visit.
And like they spend half the year somewhere else and they don't want their house anymore. Or someone that's elderly passes away, like they can donate their houses to pay off any medical bills and, kind of stuff like that. So you could have someone donate a house for that purpose and they can give it to the nonprofit and the nonprofit can use it to house people that have animals.
I ain't gonna lie, that sounds very good, but at the same time, it's like sound like I'd be very trusting to do that.
Well, they basically like donate it to the nonprofit, like they sign over the deed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they can use that as a massive tax write-off. It's like getting donations from like Google and YouTube and like larger corporations.
Okay, that makes sense. I think that's probably one of the reasons. I got a neighbor. He gave a car to somebody and just charged him $1 for it, but he used it as a tax write-off.
Yeah, exactly.
Hmm.
Like say you have a family member and you know how like when you buy a car, you have to pay the taxes on it. But if they give it to you for $1, you only have to pay taxes on that $1. That's it. Or they can give it to you as a gift. They can sell it to you for $1 or give it to you as a gift. Or you can leave it, and Marzi said, or you can leave it to an organization in your will. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, things like that. And it's an amazing, to me, it just, because I've been in that situation and I know what it's like. And I lost 2 dogs to a situation. Both of them were shot. So I know what it feels like to leave your animal behind and lose your animal too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So not only did I miss my animal, but then my animal was murdered for no reason out of hatred. So if I could have taken him with me, he would have lived longer. He could have had a better life. Yeah. And it happens. It does. It happens every day in this world.
Do you have like a website or something like of somebody or I guess an organization, something that you send the contributions to?
Yeah, the organization is taintedink.org.
Okay, I got you. I'm writing that down now.
Yeah. and it'll tell you that the website is. I'm still working on it. It should say coming soon. It might be open. I was working on it.
Okay, because this is your email also, not
Yeah.
the org part.
Yeah, it should be rhea@taintedink.org. And then there's also Tainted Ink Inc. at Gmail.
Okay.
Exactly, Marzi. Marzi, what are you gonna go grab some lunch meat? Are you gonna make tacos?
Tacos sound good.
Lacey says, I'm just taking one day at a time and trying to see the beauty in life in all parts of it. Thank you for asking. How are you? Oh, that was DeSancho.
That's how you're supposed to do it, Lacey. Because I'm not saying you are, but people with depression, that's something they need to do daily. Like, can't be in the house, got to get out. I know somebody that just wouldn't go. They'll go everywhere else, but they just wouldn't go alone. They would do all the other stuff, but they just wouldn't go alone. They wouldn't even go out of the house, just walk around the block. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna lose some weight, but they just wouldn't go around. Like they wanted that person, whoever, just go with them just to do that. I'm like, and everybody goes through it. So it's best like just get out, motivate yourself to get out. If you need to do the whole let me doll up my hair and all that stuff or whatever, get out the house. Some people like to people watch. Some people like to hit the park. Some people like, hey, let me go hit. We got a Mookie Moo's little smoothie shop. Like hit that, sit there, enjoy your meal, and just kind of low key people watch. It's Gray Bill Madden with the E.
Oh, what does Sancho say? Sancho says, Lacey H, I'm good. You went deep hella fast. Hope you're good. You got this. Life loves to throw curveballs every day. Keep swinging. Yes, it does. Always turn lemons into lemonade, right? And you're right about so if you have depression, one of the things that I know exactly, Lacey, I was just going to say it, is take a hot bath and get dressed up for absolutely no reason because it makes you feel pretty. For women, men might do it too. I don't know. But I know if I'm having like just one of them bummed, like this is hard, like it's hard. Trying to figure all this out, all the paperwork you have to do and papers you have to file with this place and that place. It's a lot of work. And it's going to get you down. And then, it's, how do I explain it? It can get you down. And so sometimes, you just want to just jump in a hot bath and then just get dressed up and feel good about yourself, and be like, I've got this. I got my girl little brass balls on. I got this. I can do it. Pretty much. Because anytime you take on a huge task, it can be it's not just time consuming, but if it doesn't move fast enough, it can become very overwhelming. I mean, I was scared to hit the monetization button. I mean, that's how I am. I'm like,
really?
I got anxiety over it. Yeah. I was like, when you work hard at doing something and then you finally get to that point, it's like, well, should I record me doing this? And I'm like, no, that's kind of stupid. But at the same time, I'm like, oh.
You do whatever. I mean, that's your time. That's your whatever. You do what you feel is doing. But also think of like this. Don't think of it as like that's the end of that level of the quote unquote game. Know that once you hit that monetization, stuff only gonna get higher from it's gonna be stuff higher and more going on after that.
Like what? You're scaring me. I'm getting scared again.
Because you know when if I don't know if anybody ever paid attention to their the YouTube channel, like if their goal was like 1,000 whatever, but every time I think you hit like a 10 subs or 100 subs, it's like little achievements. It'll show in your studio. So once you hit it, you hit the monetization. So you know that there's like something you file out and you fill out, and it's like something come back in 30 days. But now they're changing it, so it's like you won't get the full benefits of it, but people now they're saying like in the not I don't know if it started out, but like you can do like what 3 videos and have like certain amount of subscribers and you get monetized, which I think is sucky for the sucky for the rest of us that actually bust out bots to get where we need to get now. But
And I don't know about you if you got it, but on this channel, I didn't get that option. I still had to do the 4,000 hours and 1,000 subs.
yeah, it's still available. It haven't changed yet because me and Vic BC and them because they that's why I love them. They literally read like stuff I'll come across and I'm like, okay, like when the whole the I guess the God mode of mods, like it first came out, me and somebody else was like one person had it and they didn't understand what it was. And I was like, I never seen it, not on my end or anybody else's. I said, this is new. So they showed it to me. So we ended up like I did like a whole screenshot. He like demonstrated. So I did like content on my end, and then kind of find out. I think like days later, kind of find out it's like the God mode of mods. So you got your regular mods, and you got the mod that's over every other mods. Yeah. So that's pretty much what it is. And I say, oh, learn something new. Well, yeah.
So you mean there's mods that are looking at everybody's channels and they're like, oh, this person gets it, this person don't?
Well, no, it's not that. It's like, well, you can tell, like, we were just having casual conversations and one had it. It gave the option for that. Because remember, before the you had to have 500 subscribers and you'll get the community tab. So
yeah,
now
on
they
another channel it looks like that, but on this channel it doesn't. It looks like the original.
Yeah, but it should say like if click on somebody's name, it should give you an option like it'll say standard and it'll say another moderator.
Oh.
Yeah, that.
No, I was talking about on getting never mind. I think we were on 2 different topics.
Yeah, I think I kind of like merged monetization into mods.
Right. So I have I have 2 other little channels, 2 littler channels. And on my 2 littler channels, they have like the 500 subscribers. The new screen where 2 of my older channels, they still look like the original. Oh, Marzi girl. Welcome up, Miss Marzi.
Hello.
So here, oh yeah, my camera's not working today. I don't know. Let's see if I can get it to work. No, it's still not working. Yeah, so that's what I was asking. Like, I was all nervous about pushing the button earlier and like doing the paperwork part of it. So that's what I was doing in the beginning of the stream while people were talking. I was like, oh, okay, well, I'll do this then.
Yeah, I heard.
But it was that growing part, that step forward and saying, okay, now I have to maintain this and then grow beyond what I've maintained.
Yeah, that's my point. That was my point I was trying to make.
Well, hi, Miss Marzi.
Hi, girlfriend. How are you?
So I see in the chat that you said that you got requested to crochet up some Winky warmers.
Yeah, I got a call. Somebody wanted me to crochet a willy warmer for them. It's also known as a Peter heater.
Gray is probably crawling under his seat right now.
No, I was like, I'll let her talk to this. My chance to Jack to go to the kitchen and grab something to drink. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right.
Person actually sent me a pattern.
They sent you a pattern of their pecker?
No, of the crochet thing.
Oh.
What it looks like and how to make it. I was like, well, all right, why not?
Oh my goodness. Lacey's gonna need a towel over there.
I just wanted to tell Lacey, I truly, truly mean it, love, when I say, shoot me an email. We can exchange phone numbers. I don't know if you saw Inky, but her oldest is having her tonsils removed on the 7th and her adenoids, I almost said androids, Jesus, adenoids removed and tubes put in. And my oldest daughter, Kirsten, had that done when she was little also. It's nerve-wracking to be the parent sitting there waiting. I'm praying for everything to go well. I hate saying I'm sure everything will go well because none of us are 100% sure, but you know that I'll be thinking about you and Avery.
Well, I wish her luck or him luck.
Oh, geez.
Her luck.
Yes, yes, yes.
And tubes in her ears. She is so smart, but had bad conduct last year because she can't hear. It isn't getting good. She isn't getting good sleeping.
Yeah, and my oldest daughter, who went through this as well, was having difficulties at preschool because she wasn't hearing what the teacher was saying because she had constant fluid buildup in her ears. So she ended up developing a learning disability. Not that that's going to happen to your child, but it took her several years before she could kind of catch up with, because once she went into first grade and second grade and they were all learning how to spell things, she was still kind of behind the eight ball there. But yeah, we did too, Lacey. But after the surgery, everything should correct itself. And Lacey's a good mommy. She's already gone out and got all the dietary needs.
Isn't she little? Is she talking about the little one?
No, not her youngest. No, her oldest.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
poor little one.
Yep.
I had an ex that had to have
Fine, I'm back.
tubes put in his ears.
I did too, Lacey. I had to push to have it done
Welcome back.
as well. And it was bizarre because it was the pediatrician that was kind of balking at referring an ENT to me. And finally, at the time that we had it done, we didn't need a referral. So I just went and located an ENT. I worked at a hospital at the time. So I just was like, okay, who's the best pediatric ENT? And somebody gave me the name and I took her and he was fabulous. And same day surgery. She was in and out, no problems, thank God. And they did the same for my younger daughter, and she didn't get her adenoids removed, but her tonsils were huge, constantly, whether she had a sore throat or not. And I kept saying to the same pediatrician, I really think she needs to see an ENT. Nope. Finally, I said, "To hell with it." I made my own appointment, took her in, and he said, "Oh my God, she should have been here like last year." And they took her tonsils out, and he came out and said she did fine during surgery, but her tonsils were covered in white spots. And obviously, that's some sort of an infection that just never cleared up, no matter what antibiotics she was on. So, and she's been so much better. Well, she's 31 now, but still so much better from the moment she's had them removed. So, agreed, Miss Inky, agreed. So, it just sometimes you are you're the best advocate for your children, and that's that. Right, exactly. And snored up a storm. Oh my God, my daughter snored something horrible. Actually, they both did, and once their tonsils were removed, that stopped. Yeah, same here. I wish I had mine removed too. But
Do y'all snore?
I don't snore.
Oh, God bless you, Inky. Yes, do y'all snore?
I do snore now.
Oh, Lord.
Well, can't they take your, what is it, adenoids out? Wait, what is it that they take out? That is it what is it called? Deviated septum or something?
Well, that can cause snoring, yeah, but also enlarged tonsils and the adenoids. I'm just interested in Gray's response when I said I snore. He said, "Oh Lord," as if he slept next to me.
I would say this,
A
Miss.
bit of a weird response.
No, not really. I would say I had
Yeah.
traumatic. I would say I had traumatic situations where I came across snorers and I'm a light sleeper, so it didn't help my sleep at all.
Okay, well then you respond that way, not oh Lord, like my snoring's going to cause an issue for you.
Oh
I
my
had
god.
it had trigger moments. I apologize. I had a little PST. I had snoring PTSD.
Pete,
Oh,
what?
Lacey says her whole family large tonsils and adenoids. Wow.
So did they? What did they do? Did they? How did they make them get? Did they make them get smaller, or I mean, how does that work? Like, do they just take them out?
And
I
that's supposed
don't
to stop snoring. That's what that's supposed to do. Just doing that is stopping somebody
Well,
from snoring.
Well, they say if someone has a snoring issue, it could be like enlarged tonsils, adenoids, um, or deviated septum. Like, do they just fix it so then you don't snore anymore?
I think
I've only been told I purr.
when Lacey says like her family has a history of large tonsils and adenoids, I know back. I can tell you back as far as my grandmother and grandfathers. Back then, they did not remove them unless that person was seriously ill in a pattern, like the illnesses were very close together. Then they would remove them. But other than that, they didn't. Like, so my one grandmother had hers removed, but the other three grandparents did not. My mom and dad, nobody in their generation had theirs removed, although several of them probably should have. Um, my brother and sister and I still had ours. So I mean, it
Hmm.
just kind of. I think when it comes to tonsils and adenoids, they're these well, I should say pediatricians are kind of looking for a pattern. Like we're going through this with my granddaughter right now.
Hmm.
And my daughter's getting really annoyed. And I said to her, Crystal, just take her to an ENT. Just take, because she doesn't need a referral either. And I said, the pediatricians, I think, are just, they're a little gun shy of sending these kids for the surgery. But, you know, my granddaughter suffers. She had 4 strep throat incidents over the winter. 4.
From snoring or the large enough tonsils.
No, she got strep throat 4 times. That's not, you don't get
Is she
strep
in
throat
preschool or something?
from snoring. First grade.
That means someone at school has it and they keep passing it around.
Exactly.
Exactly. But she's obviously got an issue where maybe like her mother, my daughter, her tonsils maybe are not healing when she gets these types of infections, and so she's susceptible. Excuse me.
Or someone need to be more like, hey, be aware of those kids, because well, let me go talk to the school and the teacher. Is somebody getting sick a little bit extra?
Yeah.
Everybody like to do touchy, or
Yeah,
sneezing.
because I only had strep throat probably twice in my whole life.
I
Well,
never had.
I think my granddaughter has the same issue as my daughter Crystal, who was her mother. That her when she got strep throat the first time, even though they finished the medication that the pediatrician put her on, I don't think that she was done with the strep throat. I think it might have still been brewing, and then the weather could have flared it. Another kid could have gotten sick in the class, and it just blossomed back into strep throat again. But when you figure winter is what? November to what? End of
No,
March?
I think winter is like from January to March.
Yeah, we're
Well,
forgetting the fall, because the fall affects people when they have colds and stuff like that too, and flu.
so you
September.
figure over a 4 or 5 month period, this child has strep throat 4 times. That's a lot. That's
Yeah,
something that needs to be looked at.
yeah,
So,
but I think
But the school needs to be looked at more
exactly,
than the.
exactly.
well,
That's my
no, the school is there's not much you can do when you have 30 children in a classroom. They have hand sanitizer. Quinn has her own hand sanitizer, and my daughter is She suffers from OCD. So Quinn is well versed
But
in.
it's not your kids. What it is other kids' parents aren't making sure that they're going to they're not making sure that when
Well,
their kids are sick that they're still sending them to school when they should be keeping them home.
well, right, but that's the parents. That's not the school. That's the
I
parents.
no, but the school needs to regulate that and say, hey, keep your kids at home if they're sick.
The only thing the school can do is if the kid goes down to the nurse's office and they are running a fever or they're actively vomiting or bleeding, then they call the parents.
Wow.
This sounds like a horror show, but I'm gonna stand in the square and say parents just need to get more involved with the school and that. Like if it's not, I'm because I don't want to just say, hey, let's throw the kid into the doctor's hospital because this happened consistently. Let's try to do a process elimination first. Like what's the causes? If we're saying a lot of snotty nosed kids, because kids gonna be kids, right? They're gonna touch and sneeze and do all this
Right.
stuff. That's
Right.
one. Let's try to figure out that is who you playing with, who's your friends. All right, let me watch those a little bit if you can, because I know you're not gonna be at the school every day around your kid. But if they're mentioning certain names, okay, let me go to the school, talk to the teacher, talk to the parents, like, hey, my kid's consistently getting sick. It's not coming at my house. I'm trying to just eliminate some issues here. Okay, because the teacher's gonna like let you know too, like, hey, well, this person got sick, that person got sick. Okay, then they don't need to be coming to school. Or let me talk to somebody to figure that one out. So, yeah.
And in a perfect world, I would agree with you. But children come to school with runny noses and coughs all the time.
Send their asses back home.
Exactly. I'm telling you how I was raised. That didn't happen with me.
You're not hearing me. The school cannot send a child home just because their nose is running or they have a cough. The rules are in the district that my granddaughter is in, the child has to have a fever, they have to be vomiting, or they have to be bleeding
Okay,
before the nurse can call the
Wow,
parent.
my daughter's school
and-
calls me
and
and be
tell
like, hey,
them-
she ain't feeling well. Do you want to come get her? Sure.
Right. This district does not do that. Neither did the district that my children.
even after even during the pandemic, they're like, hey, you know what? F it.
Wow.
No,
That blows
during the
me away.
pandemic, they wore masks.
I'm saying
They-
even after,
they
because
still have to
technically,
wear
technically we're still going through a pandemic, according to everybody else. Technically, we're still going through it. So
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm telling you, this is the reality of what my granddaughter goes
They don't wear
through.
masks there?
They did.
No, I'm saying my kids still wear masks.
They can wear a mask. When Quinn is sick, Crystal keeps her home until she's better, and then she wears a mask for a period of time because Crystal wants her to wear the mask.
I'm telling you, in multiple areas, my kids and grandkids still wear masks for school, and every Monday they all still get COVID tested.
Well, that's not, the mask wearing is not mandated in my granddaughter's district anymore. The children can choose to wear them. The parents can choose to have their children wear them, but it's not mandated anymore. And the COVID testing does not happen at the schools. Now, my daughter works in the health field. She gets free COVID tests. She tests herself and my granddaughter once a month. What's going on with my granddaughter is that she has some sort of lowered immunity when it comes to her tonsils and probably her adenoids. So
Lacey, you're welcome to come up if you like.
she's going to need to have them removed. And I'm not a throw a pill down their throat, shove them into surgery type of person, and neither is my daughter. But
Lacey
my daughter
Lacey says
struggling
my
with
child's
this for
school
years.
doesn't wear a mask, but for public functions.
But
And they
no-
get paid.
no public fountains, she says.
Oh, public fountains.
Yeah.
I thought she meant public functions. She said if their kids wear masks, they look crazy. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm in an area that's they're large the population is large. I don't know.
Yeah, but I'm in the opposite though, because like even my state, they act like they didn't care, but even still, like where we at now, where in my state, my town, my area, they don't wear masks in school, right? But at the same time, the parents is actually very wary of their kids, like, hey, their health. If my kid is sneezing or whatever, they keeping them home.
Mhm.
Like I said, if there's signs of stuff, like I remember this, and I'm going back before this uh pandemic. Somebody did it years ago when I was in Jersey, and she was just like, "Oh her kid had a runny nose. She made went to bed that night. We pretty much like watched him, whatever. Then the next morning, he seemed like a little bit fine. I think it was like 2 or 4. So he seemed like he was fine. So she gave him like it was funny because I literally warned her. She gave him some cold medicine, and then she gave him another one. I said, I think you're giving him too much. And she's like, oh no. I was like, okay. Then she gave him juice behind it. 2 hours later, she got a call because he threw up. So now she's freaking out like, no, 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 no. I'm like, and then when it come to find out what it was she gave him too much of the medicine. He downed the juice, so he threw it all up. He was playing around and that,
Mhm.
Oh man.
that was it. So they called her, told her what happened. Like he threw up again. The school was like, look, we're not doctors. Your kid threw up, got to come get him.
That's right.
But even before then, I'm telling you what I would do. If I know mine got the runny nose, whatever, he's not 100%. He or she's not 100%. We're staying home. We got to figure it out because there's no reason for me to bring my quote unquote kids or who I'm raising at the time to school and you're in that condition. That doesn't make any sense.
And that's how my daughter is. And that's how I was. But not every family is like that.
I get it. That's what I'm
And
saying.
there's
So
various reasons that families are not like that. Some families just don't think that way.
I don't know.
Some
Maybe.
families don't have the ability to keep their child home because maybe that means they have to stay home from work that day.
Well, my advice is, and it might be harsh, but let's think before we have kids.
Well, Gray Pill, I made a comment in a chat once, and this is where a lot of people get upset at me. Okay, see, so Lacey says she can't afford to miss work, and that's understandable.
And I understand that, and it's a fact of life.
And please don't judge me. I hope nobody in chat judges me. The 4 of us that are in here. I once said, women, I'm not saying this in a mean way. Women have their place. Men have their place. Men were bred to be the provider, and the woman was the caretaker. And
Oh, wow.
if the mom is able to be at home and be the caretaker, then there would be less of these issues. We would be more aware of what's going on in the family unit if your kid's not feeling well, or they start getting a runny nose, and then it wouldn't be a problem for the kids to stay home. Lazy H said that's why I'm pro-abortion.
Bruh.
You know what, Inky? I agree with you. I think that would be great if that was something that every family could do. However, in my daughter's case, she is a single mother. If she doesn't go to work, they don't have anywhere to live. They don't have money for food.
All right. Okay. Let me.
How many children do you have, Gray?
I have none.
There you go.
I didn't, and you know what? Because I don't want to pivot a little bit. I'm gonna answer you because I feel like I want to go back on Inky, but I'll respond to you because it hit home a little bit. And I say none, right? Because when I was in high school, and I guess you could say, hey, looking at your parents, because I think this is what most people do. They look at their parents like, I don't want to be nothing like them. most of kids, or the mom today or the grandparents then will say, I want to do better for my child that the last generation couldn't do, which is fine. That's pretty much what you want. You want your kids to be better than you and level up and all that good stuff, right? So that's pretty much where my head was at. And then me looking back on the past experience with mine, I was like, yo, I don't want to be nothing like my dad because XYZ. I don't want to be nothing like my mom because XYZ, but I'll take as much as a good advice or tools they gave me and move forward from there. So ultimately, all through high school, I was like, yo, I don't want no kids. What did I do? Hey, I used a rubber. It was so many peer pressure, but guess what? I didn't drink. You know what I'm saying? The first time I touched a drink was at 27. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, I'm good. Now around I say late 20s or whatever, mid 20s, dated somebody, got married, and then it was like a different outlook. Like, okay, the kid, whatever. Kind of find out the role reverse came back. It's like, okay, cool. No kid, not married, I'm single. I look back on, it's like, okay, well, at least I know I can play that role and I played it successfully, so I'm good. So everything's back to reserted back to ground zero. I'm cool with that, right? So now moving forward, I am adult, and I'll see people like, in my eyes, I'm like, wow, you couldn't think before you blank. You couldn't think before you did this. So that's pretty much my outtake on it. Now going back to Inky, I 100% agreed to what you said, because I literally it was a while ago though. We had a topic about this, and one guy, what you said, he was on that financial bracket though to make for him and his wife to be in that situation. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, this I think where it comes down to, people get uncomfortable having the uncomfortable conversations.
Mm-hmm. This is how I got called far right. This is the exact topic how I got called on far right.
I don't know how that's a far right. That's, to me, and maybe I'm far right, because to me that's basic. To me that's base. That's just a base thing. Like if we're dating, like I tell people, date with intentions. Date with intentions. If you know in your 20s or your 30s, you say, hey, I'm going out with somebody, let's say a guy I'm asked you out. Let's say I'll use Lacey for example, because she got the kid. You know, I see Lacey, she's very attractive, I ask her out. Lacey know what her situation is. I don't, right?
Right.
So right in there, Lacey should say, look, I'll accept your number, but I don't want to scare you, but this is where I'm at right now in my life. Take me as I am or don't, because I'm not trying to say I'm gonna be a jerk to you, not saying I'm gonna be a DICK to you, but this is where I'm at right now. At that moment, I need to understand that entirely. She has children. I don't know, if like one or more father. Like, I'm not trying to like pick at it, but I'm just giving the scenarios. Lacey, if she got, she said 2 children. Let's say it's 2 baby fathers. One, if they passed away, they didn't. If they're inside the lives, if there's drama there, she mentioned about the car situation. So it's like, okay, cool. So now if I didn't take that, a single guy, like, whoo, I dodged a bullet. Cool, I moved on. That's reality. But then if I say, okay, well, Lacey, I still would like to get to know you. We can be friends and we'll see how things go, right? Okay, cool. Lacey, they're like, all right, but I'm just warning you, I don't want to feel like you wasted my time. If you get further and I get feelings, totally understandable. Now we're casual. Stuff moves on. Let's say Lacey or myself, we give each other like a timetable. Let's say 3 months. Shout out to Steve Wilkos with the 90-day rule. So we give each other 3 months. Vetting each other, having a conversation, see where each other at. Okay.
No boofing though, right? Because you don't want to involve emotion.
You know what? We'll throw it in. We'll throw it in. No boofing. We're 3 months. No boofing, right? We get to know each other, all that good stuff. But to be fair though, Inky, somebody gonna catch feelings. Because I'm being a good guy. I'm on the probationary period. You already know how that goes. Probationary period.
We on our best behavior.
Exactly. Yeah. That's what I said the 90-day rule. Because this is me. I see this all the time. The first month, texting, the flirty, facey, all that stuff. That's the first month. Second month, yeah, kind of there. Third month, stuff kind of starts showing. Not saying it's a narcissistic trait, but I real come out a little bit, or comfortability come out a little bit. 3 to 6 months, real.
The honeymoon phase is
it's over. All over. 3 to 6 months is over. So right there now, that's where you got to have the real conversation, real questions within the 3 months. Hey, Lacey made it flat out. Hey, Gray Pill, you're cute. You asked me. I appreciate the compliment. It made my day, but this is where I'm at. Okay, you say you got 2 kids. Now, okay, I still want to take you out and just have a good conversation with you to see where we can maybe fit or where we can go with this. But again, I'm keeping casual. I got to come prepared with the real questions, and I got to come prepared with the real answers, because Lacey might be laying some heavy stuff on me, right? Mm-hmm. I might be the single guy, and I'm landing with how I'm at right now. The single guy, 2 bedroom. the bedroom I got, like I said, the quote unquote, I guess you want to call it the bachelor pad. My whole second bedroom is set up as a studio. Now I meet at Lacey and she said, "Hey, I got 2 kids. What's up?" Now I gotta
Mhm.
think.
Yeah.
Oh, I have so many comments I can make right now.
Oh, me too.
Hold
but I'll
on
let you
one
go.
second. Welcome in, Lacey. It's good to see you.
Thank you,
It's very
Inky.
nice to have you up on my panel. I've never had you here before. This is beautiful to me.
Thank you. I
Mm,
love
Lacey.
you. I listen to your stuff while I'm like messing with my plants during the day.
Aw.
I'm usually sleeping right now, so
With her sassy rabbit eyes, like, mm-hmm,
yeah, that's my tired ass.
mm-hmm.
No, but it's true. Like a single guy, he got no kids. He has no responsibility, like not responsibilities, but he has nothing tying him down. He could just get up, go. He doesn't have to strap a car seat in. He doesn't have to set up a bedroom or tuck a kid in or feed him spaghettios. And then you introduce a woman who has all of these things. Like a child is not a pet, you know.
Exactly.
A lot of people think of children as like seen, not heard, pets, do as I say, and they're not. So I understand it's a commitment, and you can't just go from man to man introducing
Nope.
your child to all these different people that you don't
Exactly.
know what their intentions are. Why do they want to get close to you when you have kids?
Mm-hmm. I hear
Lacey, you want to
you.
hear something funny? You want to hear something funny? I dated somebody, right? They had 3 kids, 3 children. The older one was from one guy. The other 2 wasn't his. And I was on the casual route, and out the blue, like less than a month, she was just like, "Yo, you can meet the kids." And then her friends came from out of town, like, "Yo, here's my friends." I'm looking at my eyes wide. I'm like, "What are we doing? I'm trying to get to know you."
Mm.
Yeah, they throwing them on you. Like,
Mm-hmm.
there's your new daddy.
Yeah.
And that can really make a man run. And a lot of women don't get that. Like, because if men know women at all, especially a man that's older, that doesn't have kids, never been married, he already knows how the game is played. And women, we tend to go into survival mode.
Yep.
Survival mode. And we want to find, not only do we go into survivor mode, survival and survivor, but we also still have that drive to procreate, and we're still looking for that
Provider.
And she still wanted more kids, Lacey. That's crazy.
I just had this conversation with Marzi when I told her I thought I was going through menopause and I thought my shit was going to shrivel up and fall off. And then
No,
she's like,
it's
"You'll be fine." And
not.
I go, "But I can't have babies anymore." And she's like, "You don't need them." And I'm like, "That doesn't mean I wouldn't want them."
That's
Well,
Because
it's
crazy.
wait,
that's a
let me
natural-
let me just clarify.
Hold
this.
on.
It's,
That is a natural reaction for a woman, is to want, just like men, it's to want to procreate. I am animalistic that way.
Baby fever.
Baby
Oh.
fever.
absolutely. I
What you mean by
will
men?
not argue that point. What I said was not so much as she doesn't need to have children, because I'm a female. I understand her desire to continue to procreate. My concern was her, and still is, her age, and the fact that pregnancies at Inky's age tend to fall into a very
Hey,
high
I got
risk.
7 in the freezer. They're doing just fine.
Bruh.
This is
That
why
are-
I
they're
am pro
prone-
abortion.
I would have loved you, Lacey, on my platform. We talked about Roe v. Wade. Man, that was a good conversation.
I went through something through that, so
And I always say there's a time and a place for it, so it shouldn't be outlawed, but it shouldn't be made readily available.
it shouldn't. But in certain circumstances, I am 2 and done. I was honestly against having children. I didn't want them, but I will not have another, and I will travel 10 hours away to have an abortion, and I have. So that's the truth.
I'm not
Now-
saying I would have any more. I'm just saying it feels like that part of me was taken away.
Exactly, and
It's all
I will share that. I mean, I had 3 beautiful children. I was married. They all have the same father, and I'm not judging anybody whose children do not have the same father. But I was in a very good situation for me,
And
and
if I
I
drop off, I'll
made
be right back.
the
Mhm.
conscious decision to have my tubes tied, and the surgery went fine. The recovery at home from the surgery went fine. But one day I was on the computer. I was actually typing up a paper because I was getting my master's degree at the time. And it just hit me. And I started crying for no reason. And my husband looked at me and he said, "What's the matter?" And I said, "It just hit me that I'm not going to have any more children." Did we want any more children as a couple? No. Did I want any more children as a woman? No. But it just hit me like a brick wall that that
Mhm.
part of my life was over. And for about a week, I felt like that my ability to have children was what designated me as female.
Exactly.
And it took me a week to work through and process that no, that is not the only thing that makes me a female. There are many other aspects that make me female. And I have three beautiful children. And the Lord has blessed me. I should be happy where I am. And I work through it, and I'm fine with it.
But
I'm
that's you working through that animalistic side of you. That's what
Yes,
I
and
was
it
getting at.
wasn't easy. It was not easy. And I know that you're going to go through that. You are going through that right now. And you know that I'm here for you, I mean,
For
I have
guys, they love it. They're like, "Oh, great. You're like risk free at this point."
Hey, I know.
yeah, well, I was going to say that
Hey,
that was the best thing for me when I started going through menopause. I was like,
Oh, I hear the
no
kitty
more
cat.
having to deal with that mess every month.
yo,
And
how she got the rabbit face, but she got the cat. You got the cat, and now you got the dog.
Yep. I
but
know. I
the
hear the little kitty cat. Oh, it sounds so cute.
but
She's
the B
chirping.
part of it was even better. It was like I can have sex whenever I want and not have to worry about taking a pill or having having him wear a condom, or we can't do it this week, or I just felt so free sexually. I was just like, yes.
See,
Praise be.
I never went through any of those issues, so I guess I never had to experience. I never experienced any of what you went through, like the pill or condom stuff like that. I never had to. I
I
was married for
guess.
17 years, and I couldn't take the pill anyway. So because I have a blood clotting disorder.
Oh,
Um,
shit.
so I could never. And condoms are irritating. Then they make everything smell funky. So I mean, it was something I
Yeah.
just never liked or never
Yeah.
dealt with.
Yeah, I've never cared for them either.
If you're bleeding, get in the shower.
Mm.
Yeah.
He's like,
I
ew.
just, I have,
Yeah,
you
the
know,
guys I were with just couldn't shower or not. And I really didn't particularly find it erotic either. So, it was just nah. We'll just let it go for the
Yeah,
week.
but you
And
don't
then
like the squirting thing either.
no, I don't.
Huh?
No, I don't.
She don't like the squirting thing, and I don't like body sounds or
But you
bodily
Okay.
time.
function.
Whoa! Time
I
out.
don't mind any of that.
All right,
She's
good for
like,
you, Lacey. All right, Lacey for the win. All right, so Marissa girl. So you said so
Who?
you do?
Look,
I'm
I'm sorry. I'm
I,
trying really hard not to be. I'm trying really hard not to be rude to you, Gray. But please look at my name before you address me.
I know. I'm
Because you have
apologizing
called
as
me.
I'm apologizing as I'm saying it. So I'm trying to. I apologize. I'm good with faces.
That really is annoying. It
Oh,
is.
that's fine.
it's Marzi girl.
Marzi girl. Okay, Marzi
Thank
girl.
you.
You're welcome, Marzi girl. So you're telling me that you do squirt, but you don't like it?
No,
she
I
don't.
don't, and I don't care to learn how. I mean, I'm sure I could, but I
Oh,
don't.
I thought you are. I thought you do, and you like. Oh, I do it a lot.
Oh
And I
no!
don't.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh
you're
no!
good
Love.
then.
No!
There's no reason. Yeah,
No!
okay,
No!
you're
No!
good.
No! But I,
She
where
likes
where
everything else.
where Inky and I differ is, I love the sweat from both of you during an erotic moment.
Oh, you're
I
welcome.
I am not one of those women that once you both orgasm feel the need or tell my man to get up out the bed and go clean up. I will lay there in your arms You can cuddle me. I will fall asleep. I will sleep in the wet spot. And Inky wants to be wrapped in bubble wrap because she don't want to feel any of that.
No, but she said, okay, I get that, but Inky said the bodily sounds. What you mean by the bodily sounds?
Like
Mac and
no
cheese,
no
stirring.
veggie burping, no.
Oh
It sound like they're
Lord!
stirring mac and cheese in the
You know
kitchen.
your pee gonna make fart sounds, right?
The queef.
Yeah,
Queef.
yeah.
It's
That's
called
just
a
gross. That's
queef.
just
No.
My-
See, and I love all that
that
too.
stereo better be on volume 100 so I don't hear it.
The
My man
queef.
says that it's talking to you when it does.
Exactly. That's me. Hey, for the guys, we're like, yo, we did good.
Yes,
We did
that's
good.
it. And the slapping the body parts against each other,
Think you don't like
and
that
the
neither?
moaning and the groaning and
Yeah, the
oh
name, yeah,
Lord,
yeah. If it's good,
Lord.
see, there she go.
But
See,
see,
I'm
I'm
gonna
okay.
make
But
sure I
I'm
remember
okay.
your name.
But I'm
Like,
okay with
she
the
wants
squirting
her
part.
guys ball gagged, not to make a sound. Don't sweat on me. God forbid if you orgasm, do it and get the hell up out the bed and go clean yourself up.
I ain't gonna lie, that's a
No,
that's
they
kind
better
of
come
part.
back with a towel.
Yeah,
Nice, warm, wet towel.
there you go. And
Now-
me, I could give a shit. I'll change the sheets in the morning because we hitting it again later
But
on.
see, because you don't. Okay, so listen, Marzi. So you don't like the squirting
Inky color
part, right?
instructions.
No, because to me that looks like
You
she's
you.
pissing all over him, and that is just it's
Some
fucking
like
gross.
it. Some
Yeah,
like
but that's
it.
fair
And then
though.
but
That's
you don't
fair
want to
for
lay in
her.
that wet spot.
I think it is pee.
No,
I think
I'll lay in the
squirting
wet
is pee.
spot. I will lay in the
Let me
wet
find
spot, but the wet spot is not
Lacey's
made
dying.
because either of us pissed. Okay, listen. I pulled the video up and I watched this woman squirt, and I was gagging. Then the
think
next
it is.
video showed the guy trying to swallow it while she was and I did throw up.
Now,
With that,
somebody,
I was like, "No, you got to go. No,
they're
no
lying
way."
if they didn't fill that up with water or something before all that
I
happened.
swear.
There's
I
no
swear.
way. There's
Yeah,
no way.
there is. I do.
What?
That's why Marzi doesn't. Because that's
Oh.
where me and Marzi differ.
Lord,
I don't have to fill it up with water; it just comes out.
listen.
I
If
don't know.
Inky and I were ever to rent a vacation home, and we bring a guy home on the same night, I would walk into her room with a shower curtain, lay on her bed, and a set of earplugs. And she would walk into my room and put a couple pillows behind the headboard. And then we would each have a good night and not know what the other one was doing. Okay.
Oh my God. You'll have it all figured out. That's good.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's the only way we would be able to do it as girlfriends and not be pissed at each other the next day. I don't want to know about any
No leaving
excess
snail trails
liquid.
to the bathroom either.
Right. Well, see, me and my guy will be in the bed. You and your guy can have the bathroom all you want. We just gonna stay in bed. We just gonna stay in bed, fall asleep, and if we don't hit it again that night, we'll hit it again in the morning, and then I'm gonna get up and change the sheets. But why change the sheets when I know in about 4 or 5 hours I'm gonna want it again?
Yeah, that's true.
No. What is
That's
the
true.
point of that?
I'm telling you, it's the best feeling in the world if you ever get to do it, Marzi.
I mean, it's not like either of us shit or pissed on the bed. As long as that stuff didn't happen, the sheets are fine. Leave them be.
Well, I
Leave
can't
them
say I
be.
ever shit during sex, but
I've dribbled.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just thinking of it makes.
Hey, Lacey, I put in since we're talking that conversation because this is somebody I follow. I put there's one called "You'll Never Believe What Women Actually Feel When They Squirt." Then another one is "The Urologist Explains the Facts About Female Ejaculation."
That's enlightening. I need to know this stuff.
Well,
Yeah,
it
Am I
probably
serious?
check
Okay.
that one
yeah,
too.
because I remember last time I think we was all joking around, not joking around, but we talking about the penile size. So there's a conversation I had on my end about do women prefer size or does size matter? I think that was a topic, and we was
Yeah.
pretty much covering the
Yes, it
doctor on
does.
that.
Size
It's a-
does matter because it can
does.
hurt you.
Yep.
I don't like too big.
I said
All right,
anything
listen to the
over
win.
5.5 inches is it's
Yeah, that's right. That's why. Yeah, that's how that all started. I was like, all right,
I only had two big ones, and I felt horrible telling them.
It didn't get hard when I had a big one. It didn't even get hard all the
Oh.
way.
No, this guy was fine.
I'm gonna think that's a lot. That's a lot to unpack, though.
He was fine. I
There's a
felt
lot to
so
unpack.
bad. I really did. I felt so bad, but I took care of him, so it was all good. He got
Wait.
his in the end, but
He-
it just was. It was too much. But the
Yeah.
size does matter. I have to have a certain size, and a nice girth isn't bad either.
It's
Pull it
too
all
long. That's the problem. You poking me all up in my meat wall. I don't want all that.
No, to be fair, no, she's right about that. Because to be fair, now if it's all like that, then again it comes back to a conversation. Like, look,
it's
don't,
uncomfortable.
yeah,
She's
don't go
hurt.
too deep. Yeah, don't go too deep. Just
But you got to find what is the right position that he can go real deep.
Oh my
We
God.
no
talked
real
last time.
deep is comfortable.
But like last time we talked, my uterus is tilted back.
That was mine.
everybody's just tilted, not mine.
So
I don't know.
Wait, Gray, you are a medical professional and know that for a fact that every woman's uterus is tilted.
No, I'm not personally, but I have actually done the homework and watched where they actually show you that. And then
Okay.
Inky, even, which was funny because when I luckily to come on, Inky was
Well,
actually
no.
doing a diagram of one of them.
Yes, and most uteruses are tilted forward and they lay on your bladder. For
Right.
mine and Marzy's is tilted backwards.
Tilted
It lays
back.
in our back.
And
So
I
more on
just
your rectum.
caution you about making generalizations like that because not every woman's uterus is tilted. And what I have had to do, and I'm sure Inky has done this as well, is I have had to try out different positions to find the one that is most comfortable for me and gives him the most access so that he's getting pleasure as well.
Okay, that's fair because positions in certain instances does matter. That is
It
fair.
does.
That is
It
fair.
does.
All right, I guess we all agree.
Yes.
And the uterus sits differently during different parts of the month.
That's the diagram
This
I
is
was
true.
drawing them last time.
Ah,
This
Yeah.
is true.
when you're what is it, ovulating? I think
Mhm.
it sits lower, so it hurts.
Mhm.
No, when you're ovulating, the cervix goes
higher.
up. The cervix goes
Ah.
all the way up into the back, what you call a meat wall. Where when you're getting ready for your menses, that cervix comes down, so it's easier to poke. So
Now
it's-
you told that to a
Oh.
guy, we're like, want.
Let
Well,
me just hit it.
men
Maybe
can tell
men
too.
need to listen a little more to this kind of stuff because it would help you navigate a little
and-
bit better.
Yeah, if she
Um,
feels a little deeper, that means don't spit.
If
Huh?
she wet,
Yeah, and how wet she is. If it's
Yep.
like
Yep.
egg snot, she's fertile as shit. Don't do
Yep.
it.
don't even come.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you better wrap that baby before you even put it in.
Yeah.
Because all it takes is butter
Just
to
have
rock.
that in the bathroom, so
hey,
there's no
Mark,
rain.
hey, Marcy girl, what about the pull-out method?
No,
I'm
don't
sorry,
do that.
I don't believe in that because y'all have pre-cum on the tip there,
Yep.
and
Yep. There's just as
take-
many swimmers.
right. I mean, there are millions of them little
Some
fuckers.
of them say their pull-out game is good.
No, there ain't no such thing. You pre-coming all the way through all that. Your little things is coming out.
Well, not
Yep.
to offend any men that may be watching, but if your pull-out method is that good, then you might have a lower sperm count.
Yeah.
Gray, I gotta say to you right now, excuse me, I respect the fact that you are up here having this conversation. Most
three
men
women.
would not. Most
I
I
men
do
would
too. I
not.
agree.
Okay.
Excuse me. And you're being you're being good about it. Like you're not being filthy and where a lot of men would just take it to a whole different level and it's like so I really have to tell you I respect you for that.
No
I do.
problem. Thank you.
And
Yeah,
it's,
it's
and it's
perfect.
educational for anybody that watches in the future.
It really is.
And you know what? It's not even just the inside part of the woman's genitals that makes a difference. When I was ovulating, my abdomen would be sore.
You're
And
asking.
sometimes I just didn't want him on top of me because it was uncomfortable.
See, that's when it comes to
when you're getting ready to have your period, sometimes your breasts are sore,
Yeah.
and you just
True.
don't want them to be touched.
Well, I give myself a shot in my thigh every month. No, not every 3 months. So I don't know when I'm doing all that, to be honest, because I don't have all that.
Lacey
But do
again
you
from the-
have moments every month where
I don't know.
your
Men just like what they like the stuff she's saying. It's like okay. I think it has to come to a conversation, but not in the because men like boobs, men like their women's butt. Some people just like I don't know. I'm confused. Sometimes like I'm a boob man, one day I'm a butt man. I don't know. So, but if it comes to those moments of like Inky and Lacey said, okay, well we going through these I guess certain cycles, and this is here and this that. So it might be all 28 days of one position that he's rocking with, then the 2 days out of it, like she's like, that's hurting me. That got to be a conversation. Like if you know your man coming up about to do that position, like babe, can we try this way for like for a little bit, and then after that moment passes, then go back to your normal routine, and then same thing with Marcy girl. Hey, my boob's sore. It's that time of the month, so just let you know. Just be careful with the
tatas.
with the tatas.
Yeah.
yeah,
And somebody I knew, like after they had their orgasm, they would get their nipples got so sensitive that they would just like not saying smack me off, but just like because I guess that moment I like boobs, and they just instantly pushed me off like stop. It's very sensitive. I'm like,
Yeah, that's because of the oxytocin.
Mm-hmm.
And there are some men, a couple of the men that I was with, that once they reached orgasm, then their penises were super sensitive and, didn't want anything. No tongue, no mouth, no hand, no nothing.
That's all men.
That's any guy I know.
Were they drinking Henny?
No.
Unless they had whiskey penis, yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to the Henny.
Yeah.
Nope.
You'd be like, will you stop tickling it? I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, when they get that that Henny and that liquor in them, they just don't care. They still going.
No, not the other two guys. No. They were not drunk. They didn't drink. They just never had that sensitivity.
Pop pills.
But two of them did. So
the little blue pill, would probably help desensitize it too, and also desensitizing. Also, if a guy takes care of business a lot, he can desensitize it also.
True.
And that can also make it harder for him to enjoy the actual woman herself.
Yeah, but most guys, like real talk though, Inky, most guys don't care. Like for example, most guys would like, let me go ahead and choke my chicken before she come. Like let's say, because I'm just, this is me in my head, Marcy. I feel like you on that. I got that level 9,000 experience. You know what I'm saying? So they might come across a confident woman like Marcy girl, and be like, all right, I might feel a little bit intimidated. Let me go ahead and choke the chicken before she come, and then when she do come over, I'm kind of prepped in my way, and then I can a little bit last longer. Because most dudes just like to drink before they do that, or some people like to smoke. Some most pregame. That's what it's called. Some do the pregame.
Yeah, because isn't it typically the first time is within 5 minutes? After that, then it might be game on. But the first round's typically 5 minutes, if not less.
I just talked to a
I'm not gonna
man.
confirm nor deny that.
I just talked to a man last week who I'm getting to know. And we were kind of laughing about that type of a situation. And I said to him, but there is foreplay.
Right.
There was plenty that if him and I were together that he could do for me, that if the actual intercourse session was only about 5 minutes, I would still be satisfied.
Sometimes that's what you need, because you're just beating my walls, or like you're chafing me for fucking an hour. Sorry, I don't know if you can curse on here. An hour, and that's not enjoyable.
Yeah, but see, men need to know that, because they think that a lot of men think like you have to be in there for like 45 minutes to an hour.
Oh, screw that shit. My ass is asleep by then.
Well, we already know what you saying.
I can go.
I'm hanging out in my bubble wrap.
can go the long haul, but if you're going to go longer than a half an hour, I'm going to get all my other decisions out
You
the
better
way
bring out the
first
Astroglide.
and then be on my back. No, now see, that's
Hey, once you
another
squirt,
thing.
it starts drying up. I'm just saying.
Right. Half an hour, like
I
30
don't know.
minutes
There'd
is
be something that
great.
can keep doing it for a long time to squirt anything. That's crazy.
I've gone longer than 30 minutes with somebody and several times, and I was fine with it. That is one thing about menopause is it will
I said
dry up.
once I squirt, then it starts to dry up. I said.
Yeah, once I orgasm, then I get dry and it gets sensitive and it
Yeah.
gets puffy and it's
Not me.
comfortable.
Yeah.
Something's wrong with me, I guess, because
You ready?
not me. The only time I
She's
experienced
fertile Myrtle
difficulty,
over there.
She said she's Rocky 3 with
She got
Apollo.
she
the
got
only
damn
time
shit
I
between her legs
experienced
putting out that egg juice.
dryness was during menopause itself. During menopause itself, that's when I experienced a lot of dryness. But now I'm back to being what I was.
When
And
you're
Rob-
pregnant, you get dry. Or after. It's after you're pregnant.
now, as long as it
For
wasn't
me,
6 weeks, I was okay. I was
it
okay. I don't
was
know.
me. I
Something's
breastfed,
wrong.
so maybe
Yeah, so did I.
Something's
that
wrong
could
with
be.
me.
You're just ready to pop
Yeah,
them out,
you-
girl. You were
yeah.
meant to
Well,
be
that
on a
was
farm with a field full of kids.
for real. That
Yeah.
is what one of my OBs said to my husband and I. He was like, for real, all you have to do is look at her and she's pregnant.
Yeah, she's fertile Myrtle. That's
That's
why she'd be walking around with a wet spot.
And he just said, if I were with a man who had trouble getting a woman pregnant, I would still get pregnant. And if he were with a woman who was having trouble conceiving, that woman would still conceive. We both had very high fertility.
Oh,
And,
God.
I'm happy we stopped at 3. We made that concerted decision that, in fact, my son, my last one born, was not planned. It was due to a medication canceling out my birth control pill. It didn't bother us. We were like, okay, we're married, we're both working, the girls are fine, they're healthy, they're doing well in life. I mean, they were like 7 and 8 when my son was born. But we just said that's it. At following his birth, that I was going to get. We had a discussion, and I said, you know what? You're nervous about getting a vasectomy. I'm not nervous about getting a tubal ligation. I'll do it, not a problem. And it was actually scheduled to be
My
done.
son was quick to lay his peanuts out off there on that little stainless steel table. He's like, "No, snip, snip. This ain't messing up my retirement."
How old was he at that time when we chose to do that? Because there was some controversy in the
20
media.
22.
Whoa.
See, I had to jump through hoops to try to get
For how
a
long?
tubal.
Really?
Like,
Yes.
did he had a plan with that? Like,
Yeah, he had 2 and he was done.
oh, okay. After he had the 2, then he did the snip snip.
Yes,
Well, I just
Okay.
am interested in what Lacey's saying. What kind of hoops did you have to jump through?
So I had to prove that there was a history of medical necessity through my parents and my grandparents that there were female problems to get a tubal.
Is it because you had 2 girls and not a boy?
No, it was a Catholic facility.
Yeah,
So,
same with me. Same with
and
me.
they still didn't do it. They said, "Oh, we didn't do the paperwork right." So then I ended up getting pregnant again, and I went to Illinois.
Wow.
When my second daughter was born, I went in like a year after that for my exams and all that, and I talked to my doctor about it, and he said I would do that for you in a heartbeat. He said, but this is a Catholic facility, and they will not do it unless you either have one of each sex born, or you're
Wow.
age 35 or older.
What the hell?
And that
my daughter-in-law couldn't get it done either without my son's permission.
That's crazy.
So, well, I ended up switching jobs and therefore switching insurance, so I could no longer use that doctor. and used a doctor that was associated with the hospital where I was working, and that's where we found out that I was pregnant with Kevin, and I actually had my tubal ligation scheduled for when I would be in delivering my son because my girls were both born on their due dates. So my doctor said, listen, we're going to give like a 3 week thing here. You're going to have him sometime within these 3 weeks. We're going to schedule you for 3 different days during those weeks. One of those times you're going to hit and you're going to deliver, and then the day after we'll take you in and we'll tie your tubes. I said,
Ouch.
that works for me because I would be in the hospital already. Well, sucker came out 6 weeks early. So I had to
See,
wait 6 weeks for the first scheduled date and go in and have my tubes tied. But
I
I
was
mean,
supposed to have mine done right after I had my second, and they said that the paperwork wasn't done right, and I would have to wait 30 days. And
oh
then,
God.
yeah, and I had a horrible experience with my second one. I didn't even want to go back to that hospital. I had preeclampsia with both my pregnancies.
Oh God, Lacey.
So I breastfed. I wasn't on birth control. I thought I was all good, and then I got pregnant again.
That is
And
when you are the most fertile.
well, and
That's how my
yeah,
daughter-in-law did it too. She was still breastfeeding when she got pregnant with the second one, and they told her that, oh, as long as she's breastfeeding, it would hold it off.
yep.
No,
And so I went, and it was during Roe v. Wade. I in Louisiana. I had went to my first consultation because you have to go to two to get the thing. I don't know if I want to say it, but and so then they overturned it, and it became illegal immediately because there was trigger laws in Louisiana that made it illegal immediately. So I
wow.
had to drive all the way to Illinois, and it was by that point I was so far along. I had to do 2 days there as well. So
Oh my God.
I'm
Yeah.
so
Honey,
sorry
I'm
to
so
hear that.
sorry. So sorry you went through that.
I
You know,
don't regret
Illinois
it.
used to be illegal there. People had to drive to
Wow.
Michigan back in the 90s.
Wow. Well, it was amazing there. See, in Louisiana, we couldn't have our phone. The AC was out. It was like 50 women in a packed room. We were all waiting. We were like cattle in there waiting to be called. It took like 6 hours for me to go through the whole process. And then I had to go back, but it was in a few weeks. And they made me listen to the heartbeat. They gave me this propaganda that was not correct. Like the fetal development was not accurate to what the fetus is at that point. I still have the books. They're not accurate. And there was a guy in the parking lot that told me I was a murderer.
Oh Jesus.
And I already had 2 children at that point. I didn't want to move. I don't have the money to move to a 3-seat vehicle. I don't have the support system to help raise 3 children. I have the
Right.
money to handle the situation. So that's what was best for me. So it happened all like that. And then I had to go to another state and start the process all over. And I had to pay money to do all that here
Mhm.
and then pay money there.
Oh wow.
It was like $1,000
Holy shit.
just for the procedure.
Gosh, inflation.
Yeah.
It used to be like $300 in Michigan.
Well, if it would have been cheap if it was just medical or what there's the pill and then there's the procedure, the surgical. So yeah, medical and surgical. You take a pill or you do the surgical, which is
Right.
the same a DNE or DNC.
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 Yeah.
Well, the DNC is healthy for you because it cleans everything out,
Yep.
where the pill doesn't.
I was terrified, but it was actually not as bad as I thought.
I am pro-choice. I think that a woman should be able to decide whether or not she should or shouldn't terminate a pregnancy. I know that it is something that
Very personal
it is,
choice.
and I don't. To be honest with you, I don't know that I could have ever done that. But that's just how I feel for myself. My oldest daughter at 16 was diagnosed with thyroid cancer.
Oh wow.
And she had to go in and have her thyroid removed. And her father and I knew that she was dating this young man and had been dating him for a while. And of course, being mom, I talked with her and her sister because they're only 15 months apart, constantly about sex and making good decisions and so on and so forth. And the surgeon that was going to remove her thyroid, he was great. And he talked to, it ended up being my ex husband and I in length with her, with my daughter right there about, these are the different issues that could happen during this surgery, yada, yada, yada. And he asked her 3 times during that visit if there was any possibility that she could be pregnant. And she swore up and down no.
This
And
brings up a whole nother topic when
they
you're done.
took they took blood work because pre-op blood work right then and there that day. She was scheduled to go in for her surgery in a month, but they did her pre-op blood work there, and damn if it didn't come back that she was pregnant.
Oh wow.
And the doctor said to us and to her prior to leaving the appointment, if there is any possibility that you are pregnant, I am telling you right now, you cannot hold this surgery off until you deliver that child because you won't make it. So
Speak.
you're going to have to make a decision. And as soon as we got the results back that she was pregnant, my ex husband and I talked to each other and we talked to her together and said, this is the last thing we want for you, but we're not willing to give you up and then possibly raise a child if the child makes it through this.
Right.
So, and she was of an age where we would have to give permission anyway. So, we took her. Her father couldn't even go in the building, let alone the office that the doctor's office was in. He
Marzi,
was
Lacey's
so
pussy's
beside
talking to
himself.
me.
Oh my!
So beside himself.
I ain't gonna lie, Inky. For somebody who want to be wrapped up in bubble wrap all the time, do all that extra stuff, you be having a potty mind.
So she
Oh,
tried.
I have a potty mind.
And a potty mouth.
I have
Okay,
a
she
potty
tries
mouth.
to portray herself as vanilla, and she is
I'm vanilla.
totally not.
Okay, so here's the deep, dark secrets of ink. Okay. Well, wait, hold on. I got to get back to that. Marzi, don't let me forget about this having babies thing. Okay. So throughout 90% of, so maybe 70, 80% of my life, I was very closed off. Sex was for procreating, making babies. It wasn't for fun. I'm not a dolphin. That's how my brain thought. Okay.
Dolphin.
Yeah. Dolphins screw for fun.
They do.
And so, and damn, they're pregnant for a long time too.
Yeah, they are.
Pigs have 30-minute orgasms.
I'm glad I'm not a pig. I would die.
Damn, I wish I were a pig.
And they have
that would be
penises. Don't let me get off track. Like squirrel.
Sure.
So, as I got older and I was in my late 40s, I began to open up more and be like, oh, I can have sex without clothes on. Like I could let somebody's body touch mine and, be a little more open about the whole sounds and bodily functions and that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. Where anytime before then I was like, nah, no, don't even rub your scratchy little face up next to me. My whole face will break out. And matter of fact, Belle V was saying something about it. I can't remember what she called it, but I have an allergy that what it does is like if a guy has like that 5 o'clock shadow and they rub their face up next to me, like my face will break out in hives. Oh, wow. And semen does the same thing. Like if that shit gets on my skin, I will be itching and scratching. And I can't remember what she called it, but it's an actual, like, I'm really hyper skin sensitive.
Like
Mhm.
a dermatitis type
Right.
thing.
So I have to be completely and utterly hormonally and like pH compatible with that person for that to
Wow.
not happen. And so it's kind of like, have you ever brushed up against a guy and you're like, ooh, he kind of smells good. Like
Oh,
his
yeah.
sweat smells good.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So that means that you are probably pH compatible. So one of the best ways to find out if you and another, the opposite sex kind of
Writing that down.
match, like blend, is by smelling their natural body odor,
Swapping sweat.
Pheromones.
pheromones,
pH.
because it'll tell you if your pH is compatible with his pH, and if your pH isn't compatible either, it can also help prevent you from getting pregnant. So there's a lot of science behind fertility and the pH levels and things like that. If a guy's, semen is too acidic and hers is too alkaline, you know what I mean? They don't blend enough, and the semen will actually like eat off the alkalinity, and if her vajayjay is too acidic, it'll eat up the protective coating in the semen that protects the sperm from dying, and it basically kills them before they get anywhere.
Right.
And that's just people that aren't compatible. And I know this because I went through years of fertility treatments from 2003 through 2010.
Wow.
I went through 3 IVF cycles, years of fertility medications. And that's what actually put me back in college, is because I was like, I need to figure out how to make babies. And I decided I wanted to become an embryologist. And then when we had to start cutting into stuff and getting into blood and stuff, I was like, yeah, I'm making a left stage exit,
Yeah, I
Technically,
can't
know?
handle that.
I was like, I can't do blood. And so, it's very interesting how the body works and functions
it
like that.
is. It
Now,
is.
going back to the baby thing. So with knowing I had IVF with my last one, and I had miserable pregnancies. I menstruated the whole time. I didn't get a 9-month vacation, none of that. And with my daughter, not only did I still menstruate, I wouldn't even have known I was pregnant. I gained 10 pounds. And she was 7 pounds.
Sounds
So-
like my last pregnancy. Well,
yeah,
my-
like, you didn't know I was pregnant until like the very last month, and only if I turned sideways. That's it. So there is a girl that is on the internet right now, and she was just arrested. I believe it was yesterday, and she was 18 or 19 years old. And she did not know she was pregnant, and she was just finishing high school. She went into the hospital for back pain.
Oh,
And
yeah.
they did have you heard about this yet? It was
Yeah.
Dolly was just doing an episode on it, and I've been following this. And her mom is like really super overprotective. I'm assuming she's a single child family and a single mom, and so she didn't want to break her mom's heart. And anyway, she went into she was like, oh, I have to go to the bathroom. They didn't tell her she was pregnant. They put her on morphine and a couple of other medications. And I believe that the hospital is responsible for her having a stillbirth. But they still arrested her, and now she is sitting in jail.
Is it
Now,
the
I've-
girl that put the baby in the garbage
Yep.
in the
I'm
hospital?
hearing
Yes,
a few-
she did.
I'm hearing a few different things. I heard that the baby was alive when it was born.
That's what I heard too.
It was dead. She was trying to resuscitate it. If you listen to her lawyer tells you about it.
Right,
Okay.
but I've heard from like these what is it, Long Crime, that channel, whatever,
Mhm.
that they did an autopsy on the baby and the baby was born alive.
No, they tried to say that there was some air in its lungs, and they tried to also say it was full term, and it wasn't.
Well, we're gonna have to find a reputable.
Well, she said her lawyer spoke on it, so I don't know how.
Yeah.
But that the lawyer is trying to keep her out of trouble.
But you
Hey,
have to
fair enough.
remember, I watched the videos, and they gave her medicine before they ever even told her she was
Oh, yeah.
pregnant. They should
Oh,
never
yeah.
have given her these 3 medications. Pregnant.
Hmm.
Have given her these 3 medications. Pregnant.
Pitocin and
No, they gave
no.
her
Morphine.
morphine and some
Oh,
other stuff that they should not have given her for inflammation and back pain. Pregnant.
Well, and that's the other difference I hear too is that they took blood to do a pregnancy test, but they gave her the medication prior to having
Mhm.
the results
Yep.
of the pregnancy
And if
test.
you don't think that
So,
hospital is going to cover their ass, you are out of your mind.
oh, I'm sure they are. Another thing that I noticed because I watched the video, I was on another channel one day and they had the full video on there. She was in that bathroom for a long period of
She
time.
was only in the bathroom for 20 minutes, Marzi.
but
I've
she was,
taken poops longer than 20 minutes.
but the thing
Hmm.
is she's a patient.
I don't like to be vulgar, but it's true.
She's a
Fair
patient
enough.
in the emergency room. There's a CNA right outside the bathroom door. That person did not knock to check and see if she was okay. I mean, I've gone to
No.
the emergency room and have had to go to the bathroom, and they even asked me to get a urine sample while I'm in there. And
I've
I'm
never
in
had
there
no damn
for
nurse
like
waiting on me. I'll
I'm
be like,
I'm
pull
in
the
there.
string.
Right. Well, that's the whole thing. I'm in there for like 5 minutes. I do what I got to do and I'm out. This child's in there for 20 minutes. This person is standing outside the door. They don't make one move to knock on that door to check and see if she's okay.
she's conscious. Like,
I
Right.
know. And you could see her
Exactly.
holding her butt in the video on the way to the bathroom. Like she was in a lot of pain.
She probably knew she was delivering at that
No,
point.
I don't think she knew she was pregnant. I honestly don't.
I
see,
think she did.
that's where I like question. I don't know. How do you not know? How do you not know you're not?
Can
Like,
I
you're
can I
not
Okay.
chime in on
pregnant.
can I comment on that with
Well,
my 2
wait,
cents?
one,
Because I
yes,
sure,
one
go ahead.
second. 1 second. I can vouch for this. So I have 2 god sisters. One of them got pregnant at 15. Okay. Her mom took her to go have an abortion. She had an abortion. She went to the hospital because she was having massive back pain, and she was a very overweight young girl.
Okay.
Okay. She delivered a baby.
Oh,
Could you
wow.
imagine the look on her face when they're like, "Oh, you're in labor"? She's like, "No, I'm not. I had an abortion." Can you
Yeah.
imagine, Marzi? So I can imagine the fear if, honest to God, if this little girl did not know, and I say she's a little girl because I don't care if she's 18. When I was 18, I didn't know nothing about
Yeah.
kids. When I was
Yeah,
22,
exactly.
I still didn't know anything about kids.
But still, she went to have an abortion and then found out that it was a failed abortion. How your body, it tells you, it does. Like, it's so many different changes. I'm a petite girl. My first pregnancy, I gained 60 pounds. My second pregnancy, I gained 20 pounds. And I weighed 130 in labor. I was really light, but I knew I was pregnant. You just can tell. You can feel the extra weight
Yeah,
on
but
you.
I think it's the fact you said that most people don't pay attention to their bodies too, so that's an added factor.
You
Mhm.
stop. I mean, yeah.
My sister-in-law.
I wouldn't have known I was pregnant with any of my kids because I
My-
still had my period and I still felt normal.
My sister-in-law had gallbladder issues, and she was pregnant with my second nephew, and was having horrible cramps at one point, and it was actually close to the end of the pregnancy, so they were probably Braxton Hicks. Went to her doctor, and they put her on a bland diet for gallbladder. And then a couple of weeks later, she went into labor, and my brother took her to the hospital, had my mom and dad come over. My mom stayed with their other child. My dad drove them to the hospital, dropped them off at the emergency room door. He
So
went to
he's
park
finished,
the
Ray. You can
car,
say what you, whatever.
came back,
Sorry.
and
Oh,
at
you're
that moment that my dad walked back in, my brother comes rushing out of the examining area and says, "Bridget's having a baby." So I get that there are women who can go through an entire pregnancy and not realize, but I'm saying this girl was not heavy. She was a thin girl. She's walking to the bathroom. You can see her, like the way she's walking, and
Yeah, she was about to shit out a baby.
right, put her hand behind herself a couple of times.
She was grabbing
You
her
can't
booty
tell
hole.
me at that point in time that she didn't know something was going on. And why didn't she say something?
Well, no, she probably didn't because they doped her ass up on morphine. So she probably had no clue what the fuck was going on.
But she knew enough to get up out of that bed and go to the bathroom. So she felt something.
Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, if it does feel like
They-
you're going
they-
to
Yeah,
do
I
it.
did. It felt like I was going to take a poop right on the
She
table.
felt something. So,
I feel like I feel like at this
and then
point,
why
like,
didn't she say something to them when she came out of the bathroom?
Because her mom was going to kill her.
I
mean,
think she was
really.
hiding it the whole time.
I think she was too. I think she knew.
I can't
I
speak on
really
that, but I will say this on the when Lacey said like how would you know like the body like you could just tell. There's been shows and documentaries of multiple women that look like they don't even look pregnant,
Mm-hmm.
and they didn't know, and then out of nowhere they just what's going on? Then the pop a baby comes out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and
It
I
can
agree with that.
happen. Yeah.
I agree with that, Gray. But my point is,
Now we're talking about adult grown women now. We ain't talking about no kid.
when you're actively delivering a child vaginally, there's no question what's going on
Oh
there.
no, I could tell you when I delivered my first son because that's the only one that came out through the vajayjay. I opted for a C-section for the next two. I was like, I don't want my shit all stretched out and beat up.
It goes back like some bubble gum, girl.
Oh, my son said, Mom, nope, it was over. He's like, I'm never fitting back in there. Anyways, I'm telling you, I had no idea, and I was 22. I was like, I thought I was gonna die. I tried climbing off the gurney, and they were holding me down on the gurney because I didn't know what was going on. I didn't
I was
understand the
22
process.
Yeah,
I
but
had
see,
no idea what was going on.
See, that's different from the stories I seen on the. It was like a whole big on my end when I watched. It was a whole big thing. Like it was
Hi,
literally
Arlene.
these crazy stories of women just like going through daily lives they didn't know. And I ain't talking about the teens and the young 20s, like grown women going through their regular lives and stuff would just happen. Like, and they'd be like, I didn't know.
But did it end up with a dead baby?
No, a lot of them had a very successful. Like I was one story like still stick in my mind where she was going on a relationship. She was going on some cruise, some little I guess boat trip with her fiance or something, and he was going to propose to her. And then she said she was at the back and she just dropped, and that's when she was having the baby. He didn't know what was going on,
Wow.
and that's when she had the baby.
I can't help it, but I feel this young girl knew. She knew something because as she's walking to that bathroom, she's obviously delivering that child.
Yeah, I'm gonna share.
Have you listened to her? Have you listened to her lawyer at all?
Yeah, I have. I know.
And you're like, I ain't having it.
Well,
But
my,
again, that's a defense lawyer, and he's supposed to shield her. You know, he's supposed to put out information that's going to put her in a good light, not a bad light. Now, if I'm wrong, God forgive me, and I hope this young girl will forgive me too. But you know, she's in the hospital with severe back pain, and she's walking to the bathroom, and she's feeling what she's feeling. Why did she not alert somebody? Period.
I am agreeing with Marzi because my sister-in-law, my brother's girlfriend, just had his 5th baby, and I know for a fact she knew she was pregnant. She didn't get any prenatal care. She had no intention of making sure this baby was healthy, smoking crack, smoking meth, and pretended like she wasn't pregnant. I keep pregnancy tests because I take one every month as a part of my birth control. I gave her one while she was living with me. She took it while I wasn't home and didn't tell me the results. She had a baby on the couch. My brother helped her deliver it with 911 on the phone. The baby took a few breaths and died, had cleft palate. This
Oh my
happened 3
God.
or 4 days ago, okay?
Oh
But she's
Lord.
pretending
Oh
that she didn't know
God.
she was pregnant. This is why I'm saying right now, I don't know.
All
Just
right.
go
Oh,
have an
Lacey.
All right,
abortion.
we got Lacey now. Lacey coming to our side. We got a I'm sure feel it now. It's like I don't know. All right, we're working on you, Lacey. Let's go.
Go ahead and
Okay.
go ahead and play what he's got to say.
Okay. I just find it very interesting because he brings up good points. That's all. He just brings up some very good points that make you question the hospital's judgment. And a hospital, I'm sure they were like, dude, we all have to stick to the same story. I'm just saying.
She put the
Oh
baby in
no,
the trash can. It's not going to end good.
no,
Well, her
I,
doing that, I agree, is not good. She
Inky,
should have went to the doctor about it.
I
Yeah.
agree with you that this man brings up good points, and I also agree the hospital should not get away with this scot free. Before
No.
you play this, just a couple of quick points. It was said that it looked like somebody was massacred in there. How did the CNA not see that when she exited the bathroom? Because he or she was right there
Yep.
when she walked out. Why was
Mhm.
she not tracking blood
Especially
on the
when
floor?
no, she did. They said that there was a path of where she walked bleeding. And you wouldn't have been like, whoa, what's going on in this bathroom? They wouldn't have waited. That's what I'm
A-
saying. It makes me question the hospital's legitimacy in their story.
And my bottom line here is she put that child in a trash can and she covered that child with another bag full of trash. Right then and there, that's guilt. Right
Yeah.
then and there. I
Like,
don't
why
care
hide
how
it?
afraid
think-
you are of your mother. That's a human life right there. And she had to know the difference between putting that child at the bottom of a trash bag and putting a bag full of trash over top of
I'm
it.
not saying that is not wrong. I'm saying what I'm saying is I mean, even if it was, I don't know. I mean, even if it was me when I had my first miscarriage, like I didn't want to tell my parents anything. I was like, I'm having back pain, and I went to the ER in an ambulance, and they were like, "You're having a miscarriage," and I was like, "Shit!" Now they all know I'm not a V anymore. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But
Right.
what does the hospital have to disclose this information? You know what I mean? Like I don't.
Yeah. Well, back then
Certain
they did.
places
This is
don't.
before the whole HIPAA thing.
Okay.
This was back in like the 80s.
Well, like I'm talking about like this girl here. If she would have called a nurse indiscreetly and said, "Hey, but please don't tell my mom," would they have had
To
to
be,
tell her?
I have to say, kind of knowing that because to be fair, there's some people like in my area, everybody's like a nurse or LPN. Everybody talks. Everybody
Well, and
talks.
I think too, during that video, because her mother had to make decisions for her because even though she was 18, she was still a student. So if she were 18 and graduated from high school, then no, they didn't have to tell her mother anything.
Which
But
I find strange because when the sheriff's department went there to arrest her, they didn't want to talk to the mom at all. They're like, she's over 18 years old.
well, that's that legal portion of it. As far as sharing her medical information,
Okay,
the
well
hospital
that kind of proves.
stated. Hang on, Greg. The doctor stated to her in front of her mother on this video, you cannot sign for your transfer to another hospital. Your mother must sign for you
That
because
don't
you
make no
are
sense.
because you're
What?
No, it
still
doesn't
a
make sense
student. That's
because
just their. I don't know what state this was in.
it's in
First
New
of all,
Mexico. And it
that
doesn't
was
make
their.
any sense
No.
because the sheriff's department would not give the mom the warrant, had to give it to her because she was over 18.
Right. This isn't a legal adult. I mean, in some
Yeah.
states, 16 is of consent.
Correct.
So
No, I agree with you, but
Pill,
for
what
this
is it you're trying to say?
particular hospital or the state of New
I think
Mexico,
we kind of move past it. We're good.
you know, it that is the way they do it. If you're still a student, you can't make your own medical
what?
decisions. So, and the other thing I wanted to say was, you brought up
Are
a
you
good
stating a
point,
fact or
Pinky,
opinion?
with that pull button in that bathroom. Why, during all of what was going on in that bathroom, did she not yank that damn string and make that bell go off so somebody could go in there and help her? Come
I
She
don't
on.
didn't
think she
want the
wanted a-
baby.
I don't think she wanted her mom to know.
I
I
don't
don't-
think she wanted a baby.
I don't think she wanted the baby.
She should have just.
And she's a smart girl. She's never been in trouble, has a 3.8 GPA, already admitted to college in Texas. I mean,
Her mother didn't even know she had a boyfriend. This chick was sneaky.
no, because her boyfriend was at the hospital with her.
This is the issue
I
with.
didn't see any evidence of that. I only saw the
Yeah,
mother.
it's in the video. That's what I'm saying. Have you watched every single video? Because I have.
I watched the full length one.
She said she came out with a pitchfork. She good.
Birth control and women's health care should be more readily available, and we'd have less women behind bars for this kind of shit.
I think it's readily available. People just don't want. Again, people don't want to have the conversation, and kids and teens and kids are scared, and the parents is not really open with the conversation.
It
That's
should
what I'm
be
gonna-
easy.
yeah. I'm gonna
For-
chuck that in there. This shit starts at home.
Yeah,
It
There
does.
are
I'm very
still
open with my kids about
families
it.
who do not openly discuss sex with their children.
I think like the pill should be on the shelves at a store,
Yeah, not the
and
gray pill.
anybody, yeah,
Not the
birth
gray
control- the birth control, like birth control, should be pills for the girl should be on the shelf with no age limit.
The only objection I have to that is my sister had very adverse reactions to the birth control pill.
Yeah,
So
like I can't, like I
think-
can't, but I can't take it if like
Right.
That's
So
how I
just
had a
think
stroke.
If it were that readily available, there would be some major medical issues going
Yeah.
on there.
And then there's medical issues when girls get pregnant too young. You know, like
Absolutely. I agree.
fistulas. 13-year-olds trying to have a baby, they get a fistula where they leak feces and urine from a hole between their anus and their vagina because they're
No,
forced to
I
have a
agree.
baby.
That's
I
a lot.
agree. I don't think there's an easy
The girls in
answer to
Africa.
mhm.
Yeah.
and Asia.
And then they're not wanted. They're looked at like they're no longer of value because they're leaking like that, but then they're forced into it. And then that
Right.
happens here because
And then
they're
what man is going to have or want you after that, or
right.
Well, if
Yeah,
it's
they don't
now
want them
this-
now, even if they was healthy. As long as, all right, let me shut up about the man part. But yeah,
And this is where it does start at home, and there should be repercussions. And this is where I become far right. If it's not handled at home,
Allegedly.
and allegedly, and I'm not, if I don't teach my kids, hey, this is what can happen. One,
Open.
you better put two of them on there so your winky don't fall off.
mama.
You know, like if I don't have that kind of control with my kids and the openness with my kids, then that's where it starts too.
That gets dangerous.
If there is repercussions, if you're fooling around back in the 5,700 years ago, if there was repercussions, like legal repercussions for having unprotected sex or for having sex before you're married, and this is where I'm biblical, it leaves that door open for one, unwanted pregnancies, and women to take care of babies on their own and not have the support system around them.
Yeah,
and
babies
I
as
get
a
ring-
punishment.
And they'll
Not
look at it
as
as
a
a
gift.
punishment, and they'll look at it as a punishment.
Right.
It's a punishment, not a gift. It's like, well, you did it, so here you go. And then they wonder why these children end up abused, neglected, killed,
Exactly.
I'd be
or
like, no,
continuing
you
the cycle.
need to have a vice grip on that shit till you're married.
But here
Mhm.
I was, my daughters both went through very extensive health classes at school. My ex-husband and I
I don't
were
want my
very-
kids learning this shit at school. My
well,
girl
no,
comes
I
home
mean,
talking about her being a boy.
it's just mandated. It was a mandated class for all three of my
I
kids
took it.
to go
I
through.
took it.
My ex-husband and I were both very open and communicative with all three of our children as far as sex was concerned. And I still had a child. I got pregnant at age 16. And there's a point as a parent where you can't be around them 24/7. And you do your best to prepare
Sew
them
it
for the
shut.
world. And apparently I didn't do
Put
my
some
best.
stitches in it like they do in the Middle East. Just kidding.
Bruh.
But apparently I didn't do my best with her, and she got pregnant, and we mourned the loss of that child. But I also at the same time celebrated the length of my daughter's life until she was 25, and that's when we lost her. But
Pill, would you rather wait till you were married to no, he's not married.
I didn't have sex for the first time until I was 20.
I was 15.
How did
I
you do
made
that? And
that
and how did
decision.
you do that if you got pregnant at 16?
She was being
I didn't
sneaky.
I didn't get
She
pregnant
being
at
sneaky.
16.
That's why you agreed. That's why you agreed the girl because she was being sneaky because you was being sneaky.
I never said I got pregnant at 16. My daughter
Oh,
got pregnant at 16.
Okay.
No,
oh,
I
thought you
didn't
said
have
you
sex
did.
for the first time until I was 20. It was a decision that I made. Frankly, I was scared to death, not because of anything my mother taught me. My mother was very good at educating both my sister and I about it. It was my own internal fears and hearing my girlfriend's, stories and whatever. And I was with a young man for 2.5 years. We were
Wow,
both
that
in
man.
college. We were both sophomores in college. And I finally just said, okay, I think I'm ready to try tonight. And that was that. So
The
I was
trust.
a
She's all
very,
nice about it. I'm like, give it to me.
I was a very late bloomer. I was, but that was my own personal choice, and my daughter Crystal, when she got pregnant with Quinn, she was 24. She was 24 years old. She was an adult, living on her own, working full time, taking care of her bills. She kind of had an on and off thing with this young man, and she got pregnant. And
And got married and got pregnant. And
no,
a
she
happy
didn't
little
get
life.
married. No, she did not get married.
I'm not married, same baby daddy.
And,
Marriage
and
is
she,
just
she
a
told
paper.
me, she said, if he helps, he helps. If he doesn't,
Can I
he
just
doesn't.
dream? We live in
I
a
want
perfect
this
world.
baby and I'm going to keep this baby. And she did. And she has primary custody. Well, she has full custody of my granddaughter. The father does see her. They do have a visitation schedule. He does help out financially. It,
But that's
it,
what he's
it
supposed to
I'm
worked
do.
out
totally
well.
lying. I
It
wish I
worked,
was married.
it worked
Oh
out
Lord.
well for her. And my granddaughter is the love of my life. I
Well,
cannot even
that's
imagine.
what he's supposed to do. If we're not compatible, but if we decide to have a child together and or she keeps it, and I'm like, oh, don't. But it is at that point, it's like it is what it is. So responsibility kicks in. You got to do what you got to do.
Yeah,
So
he didn't. He did
what
not
do you
want
think
her to
about
have
if
the
the guy
baby.
wants it? This scenario, if the guy wants it, the girl doesn't, so the girl has the baby. He financially reimburses her for her pain and suffering, and she gives him the baby.
Hold on, repeat that.
Okay, so you're with a girl and she gets
Yeah.
pregnant. She doesn't want it, but you do.
Okay.
So you financially reimburse her for the pain and suffering, and she gives you the baby and call it a day.
Isn't that pretty much that's what
That's
Lacey was touching on with the whole pro life and stuff like the pro abortion conversation. That goes back.
that's so complicated because you're putting yourself through the health risk and changing your body permanently. It's just like if he
No, she
wants a baby, then he should go find somebody that wants to have a baby.
no Inky flipping the script. That's what Inky just did. She flipped the
Yeah.
script.
Yes, but the man suffers no health
But that's
risk
why
by you having.
that's why he financially reimburses her for the pain and suffering of it.
If she agrees to it, then sure, but don't force a woman to.
No, she's presenting the option. He's
Right.
Well, she's saying he's presenting the option, but
That's
I like that.
that's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
no, I agree if it's consented to by her because she's the one that has to.
Okay, so all right, let's play that. All right, let's play that game, Inky. So let's just say, the guy does that, right? So,
Mhm.
what would be the stipulation there? Because would there have to be like a contract or something?
Oh, she would have
Because-
to sign over her. If she doesn't want the baby, she doesn't want the baby. It would be no different than her getting it taken care of. So she would just sign over her rights, call it a day, and be gone. And then
Which a lot
which he would take full custody and take care of the baby.
Can she do that even though she's still pregnant?
Yeah, she can do that.
Okay.
That's adoptions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
just
would
like
just sign
adopt.
over her rights.
Yeah.
Okay. And you have a, like
Oh.
a round because most people just think about now. I'm thinking about the numbers. So what's a round
Men
figure?
can't
number?
do that.
Yeah, you would have to think about it. Okay, so this is going to take a toll on her mentally, physically, emotionally.
Financially,
It's going to be a financial burden for medical insurance and stuff like that.
physically.
Yeah. And so he would, financially reimburse her, like not pay child support, but I would say bearing support is what I would call it, childbearing support. And then he take the child.
So what's the round number? Okay, Lacey, I give you a baby. You don't want it. I want it. What's the round number for you?
At least
Oh.
50 grand.
I would
See,
say.
In
I
9
had-
months? For the
yeah.
9 months?
Well, I had preeclampsia with both my pregnancies, so
Oh, that
now
chops it
I'm
up to
at
at
a
least
higher
100 grand.
risk. I'm at a higher risk of stroke, heart disease, high blood pressure,
Hmm.
different things because I had preeclampsia. So
You
in
talk to your lawyer, Lacey.
later in
What's the number?
life,
Fold that paper up and write it down and send it to me. Slide it to me.
mine would be none because I would refuse.
Okay.
I hated being pregnant.
Yeah, so did I.
Absolutely hated it.
Nikki said $50K for 9
$50K.
months.
See, and again, this is a
That's what
very
it would be for like
personal-
adoption.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I
like
mean, one
closed
IV
adoptions.
One IVF cycle is 30 grand. Trust me, I know.
Nobody wants a kid in foster care. They all want those closed private adoptions.
And I don't even
Don't wanna
trust those all the way. I don't even trust those all the way.
They don't want a screwed up kid. They want one that they can pay for that comes right out the coochie.
Or right off that boat. Ooh.
Yeah. They want them little cute
And they're expensive.
exotic kids. Mm-hmm.
But I was saying that as in a different scenario because in some places, I don't know if they still do it, but back in the day, both partners had to sign for that procedure.
Yep.
And if one wanted it and the other one didn't, you couldn't get it done if they
But-
refused to sign.
This, let's say the man don't want the baby and he would have an abortion. He can't make you. And if you have the baby, he's on the hook for 18 years.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's
Well,
kind
you-
of like,
See, this is
But-
how that law should go is if he doesn't want it and
right.
she
sign
does,
off, yeah.
he needs to sign off his rights.
That's
And that's the
exactly
only thing
what
that's
I was
legally
gonna
going
say.
to protect
I
him.
think there should be a loophole with that too, because now it's a catch too, because we got people that's like grimy. So let's just say, you come to the beginning of the conversation of, hey, do you want kids? No, I want kids. Okay, cool. I don't. Now a mistake. We know things happen in mistakes, right? Because I know people like,
Accident.
well, accidents do happen.
Mhm.
So that should set the ground rules for that conversation right there. But not if I'm openly having unprotected sex and I know she's willing to want a baby, then she goes like she doesn't. I know she's using birth control and she just decides to not because she wants the baby. Like we gotta have some real ground rules set on that.
I'll
Well,
be like, honey, I'm the one
'cause
giving
I
you
got
a
a
shot. I need to
conscience.
make sure.
Yeah, it's
Like-
dangerous.
like-
I got a
Right.
conscience.
Great.
They
like
got
you
women
just
that do
said.
that.
Yeah, there's some
Great.
shady
Like
women
you
out
just
there.
said, if you're starting a relationship out
Yeah.
and you have this discussion,
Yes.
I don't want to have children, but she does want to have children. That should kind of make your decision right then and there that maybe you shouldn't be having a relationship with this person.
That's
then
fair.
you
Not
don't get-
compatible.
Right.
That's fair.
Deal
You're not
breaker.
compatible. I truly believe, and this has always been my own philosophy as far as I'm concerned, I set my boundaries. What are deal breakers and what are not deal breakers in a relationship? This is what I'm looking for. This is what I will not put up with. And I lay it all out on the table in the first month. I believe in having those conversations. What are you looking for? I'm looking for a lasting relationship that'll lead to marriage. I'm looking to just date casually. You say what you're looking for. If the other person is like, yes, I'm looking for a lasting relationship and marriage too, good. That point's good. Keep talking. Do you
Mhm.
want to have
And that's called
children?
being equally yoked in the Bible.
You know, I mean, people
Hallelujah.
they get that physical attraction thing going, and everything else just goes out the window, and all of a sudden you find yourself in a situation, and it's like, and it's not necessarily an unwanted pregnancy. It could be one of the partners is starting to get more serious than the other because the other one really didn't want a serious relationship to begin with. You just looked hot.
90% of the time, it's the guy falling in love and he doesn't even know it.
I mean, people need to talk. I mean, and
Gray's
it's
going to
not
kick me
that
off my own
difficult.
panel.
And if you're out with somebody and they are having a really hard time having these types of conversations, that's a red flag right there.
I don't mind the conversation. I just don't like maybe it's just me. I don't like and maybe it's needed. I don't like the long, detailed extra of conversations. Like if we're trying to get to a ground point of a discussion, like let's get to there. I think that's just me overall. Maybe it's the guy in me.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the guy in me.
Get
But
to the root to it. Let's get,
we're long stroking something. Like, come on. Like, come on.
No sideways crab, no beating around the
Right.
bush.
But I think,
Exactly.
but I do say each party need to make the other feel comfortable with the conversation because you can tell some people just may feel uncomfortable with the conversation. Let's say your boyfriend, fiance, or husband might have like a BO problem for like that day or two, and you waiting like a whole month, and you gonna tolerate that? Like, yo, we got to have a conversation. It's like
Honey,
things
hop
like
your
that.
ass in the shower.
Are you really telling that?
Actually, I'd probably say, honey,
Communication.
let's hop in the shower.
Yeah, something like that. But you got to make people feel comfortable with the conversations.
But see,
Yeah, you
I
gotta
was
rotate.
married for 17 years, so I didn't have a problem being like, hey, you're getting scruffy. I'm going to shave your face. And they'd
Yeah,
be like,
that's
oh,
cool.
it's okay.
Yeah.
I'll shave.
Yes, that's cool way to bear it. So I'm good with that. I want to get more in this little context of the lawyer because he looked like
Okay.
he's
Yeah.
scaring me.
He looked like an alien.
He
He's just being really serious right now.
He looked
Okay.
like his head's go
We need
split
to
open.
examine you.
All right, yeah,
Body camera
let's
video
hear
of the
let's hear what he
January
has to
27th
say.
incident has gone
Are you
viral,
can you hear
showing
it?
police and
Yeah, I
doctors
hear it.
speaking with 19-year-old Alexi Treviso after the baby was found in a trash can.
And in severe abdominal pain, and went there and indicated on a pain scale of 1 to 10 that she was at a 10.
After cleaning a bloody bathroom Treviso had just used, a hospital staff member found the baby inside a trash bag.
She high school senior graduates next week, although they're not going to allow her to go to her graduation because of the controversy in the community.
That right there upset me. They wouldn't let her go to her graduation.
I agree. That's upsetting.
And
they just don't want to have any chaos. She's agreeable to that.
Law and Crime Network reached out to Artesia High School for a comment. The district superintendent responded via email, quote, I am unable to make a comment on personal student matters.
They asked very politely. Artesia is one of the finer school systems in the state of New Mexico. And they at least honor their protection of students. They're very good about that. And they simply asked, and there was not an order or a command from the school as far as we know. They just asked that she not be there so as not to generate any issues whatsoever. And so she agreed to that. But she took her last final and is to receive her diploma.
Mitchell says Treviso went back to school in January after giving birth, but after her arrest, only returned to take a final exam. He says she has a 3.8 GPA and has already committed to attend New Mexico State University in the fall. On top of that, he says she's never been in trouble before.
She has absolutely no criminal record, not even a moving traffic offense, no juvenile record, no suspension from school ever, no infraction at school, and an honor student, and already admitted into college.
That's crazy.
And a member of the cheer team since she was a freshman in high school, member of the choir, just an all-around top-notch student and person. Just never been in trouble.
On January 27th, when she was admitted to Artesia General Hospital, Mitchell says Treviso didn't expect to give birth.
So she is honor.
She did not expect to give birth. Now, she could be lying, but
I don't know. You know what hit home for me? There's a story somebody did it right. She told me this story. She said her mom was very strict. Now, the fact that I'm looking at that's Latino family.
yep.
Her mom was very
She knows she's about to get choked out by her mom. She's
Yeah,
probably
she got-
safer in jail right now.
She was the not saying goody two shoes in a negative way, but she was the goody two shoes like this little girl. Because that's what I'm seeing the whole. She just look easy prey. I'm just gonna like somebody out there in demon time, still in the streets. She's like easy prey. Some dude is cute or whatever, gave her some attention and wooed her and talked to her and like either coached her. This is literally what happened with my somebody did. She said she was 18. This is how she got her first kid. She said she was it was a boy that liked her. She liked him, but she knew the rules of the house, like to the point of like fear. If I bring a boy, if the boys walk with me, she said it will start off as they will walk together, and then 2 blocks ahead, she was like, "Okay, you got to go." And then they got close to a block, and then they at the house. Then he was conversating like, "Oh, what time to get home?" So he was helping her figure out the timetables. Like, "Oh, if your dad get off at 4 and you say he always come in the house at 4:30 or 4:45, and your mom come in at 5, I can walk at least. Can I walk at least to the door?" Then that went on for a minute. Then it was like, okay, can I at least come in? I come the back way. Then it went that way. Then it was okay. I can hang in the house. Then while he was at the house, she knew she had like 30-something minutes. Then it was like, okay, she was nervous and scared that he would his presence was in the house, his presence. Then it turned into of course, the kissing, the hunching. The next thing you know, they had sex, of course, unprotected. You know what I'm saying? Then boop, some months later, signs of pregnancy. She was caught herself behind it, but the mom just was like catching some kind of wind of like, why Mia doing this? Why Mia doing that? Why Mia doing this? Why? Then boom, popped out, mommy pregnant. Her mother beat the living crap out of her. And then once she did that, she's like, all right, you got the rules is in this house. You have to have your grades up and it's that third. But her boundaries was you get a kid, you out. You need to go with that boy. And she got kicked out at the age of 18, stayed with that boy. And guess what? The fear, she stayed with him and he was abusive to her the whole time.
Wow.
That's
It happens a
failing
lot.
your child.
It's failing your child as a parent, but that's a culture. And
Yeah,
and
but
we
it's
can't
horrible.
change that culture in the Middle East. We can't change that culture in any other country. We are Americanized. We people don't realize the freedoms we have here. And if her, and that's what I kept saying, I think it's her mom. Her mom had the fear of God put in her, and she was like, man, she's probably hoping and praying. She may have been, I think if what he says is like, she didn't know she was, but she's probably getting her period the whole time because she was so athletic. She was probably hemorrhaging and didn't realize it.
But where was that fear of mom when she was having sex? This is the question.
We don't know the background history of that relationship was that the relationship between her and that boyfriend?
Yeah. My story?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the story. That was the relationship between her and the boyfriend. The mom, when the mom stepped in.
No,
basically-
not this.
Well, you're
young
talking about
girl
this one.
Talking about this. Is
My bad.
somebody he knows.
You're talking about this one. Well, we can speculate on this all day, but I'm just adding when I saw her and I saw the mom just looked to me from what I
that
seen. The
mom
mom
looked
looked
mad.
strict. The mom looked strict. The daughter looked easy. Like, I'm not trying to play daughter. The daughter looked like a nerdy goody two shoes to like do everything she's supposed to do the right way. And then a like anybody else, you got that something happens. Like I went through it. All of us probably went through it. Like it's that either that one guy, that one girl. It's always that one situation, and you're not prepared for it. And the mom thought she did everything in her experiences. As a matter of fact, I would even go and even add a 2 cents to that. I bet you the mom thought because she got her grades up so much and she's so good at school, she ignored her daughter to a point where she didn't know what was going on in her dating life. She was good in her school. She knew all that, but she didn't know her dating life.
Mhm.
Yep.
Or she was scared to tell her mom because you know what her mom would say. She
Yep,
would know
no
what
boy.
her mom was going to say because you can hear her mom yelling at her, I told you about this.
Yep.
So she
Yep.
had that conversation with her and she was probably scared to death of her mom.
But her
But-
mother was saying we've had conversations about girls giving birth and doing.
She
stuff
didn't
like
get
this.
into specifics about what that conversation was about.
Well, she intimated because I caught that in the video from the hospital.
This is the video. It has it
No,
in the
this
beginning
is
of it.
no. This
No,
is the
it does.
lawyer.
It has it in the beginning of this video. Her mom yelling at her right here. Watch.
We're now hearing from the attorney for a New Mexico high schooler accused of murdering her newborn son by tossing him in a hospital trash can. He says his client didn't even know she was
Right here.
pregnant and alleges there may have been
See?
malpractice on the hospital's part.
Yeah, but she
Not a
said,
single
Lexi,
one
we
of them
talked
told her that
about
she-
this. And then she said, we talked about what happened to girls who do this.
Okay,
So
let me go back.
she's
Let me go back to
obviously-
where. Let me go back to where I left off.
So as not to generate any issues whatsoever. And so she agreed to that. But she took her last final and is to receive her diploma.
Mitchell says Treviso went back to school in January after giving birth, but after her arrest, only returned to take a final exam. He says she has a 3.8 GPA and has already committed to attend New Mexico State University in the fall. On top of that, he says she's never been in trouble before.
She has absolutely no criminal record, not even a moving traffic offense,
Well,
no
yeah,
juvenile
she's
record,
18.
no suspension from school.
She's
ever,
not a bad
no
kid. She just
infraction
made
in
a bad
school,
decision.
and an honor student.
I can't put
and
that kind of
already
weight on
admitted
her.
into college.
She's too young.
And
To have sex?
member of the cheer
No, I mean,
team
just
since she was a freshman in high
I'll
school.
explain
That
when
was-
this is over.
Member of the choir. Just an all-round, top-notch student and person. Just never been in trouble.
On
She
January
screwed up
27th,
hiding
when
it.
she was admitted to Artesia General Hospital. Mitchell says Treviso didn't expect to give birth.
So she is shocked whenever she delivers a baby. And then the issue of what caused the baby's death is going to be one that's going to be litigated. I already have a real good idea what caused the baby's death. It had nothing to do with my client. She was not at fault.
Mitchell says Treviso had spent 4 hours working out with her cheerleading team earlier in the day and was dehydrated. He says pregnancy didn't even cross her mind.
There's no question that she thought she had been protected. There's no question that she had wisely used birth control, she and her boyfriend. So, but obviously it didn't work.
Upon arrival at the hospital, Mitchell says Treviso was loaded with medication, including Zofran, sodium chloride, and morphine.
They gave her major medication. Some of that medication certainly dangerous to a unborn child or fetus, and contraindicated if you're pregnant. Certainly contraindicated if you're going to breastfeed later on. And
It passes the
that
blood-brain
medication was
brain
I've
started
had
barrier.
without
morph-
finding out
I've
whether or
had
not she
morphine
was
while in
pregnant.
labor.
He says eventually hospital staff
probably
learned
wasn't the
Treviso was
morphine.
pregnant, but didn't tell her before she went to the bathroom. He argues she should have been monitored during this time.
This is a classic instance. The female feels the need to go to the restroom. Maybe we better check and make
Yeah,
sure
no
she's
doubt.
not delivering a baby. I mean, you just don't allow that kind of thing if you know what you're doing.
My question is, why were they watching her so closely? every nurse, there's like 4 of them that talked about this, and every one of them were like, we were watching her very closely and we were standing out by her door. I've never been in a hospital ER where they are babysitting me at the bathroom door.
Yeah, so then they did have the results.
Oh, they knew she was pregnant. They didn't tell her she was pregnant.
I had heard the opposite. I had heard that they took blood but didn't have the results back from it yet.
Who you hear that from? Who you hear that from? Because now I'm looking for facts now. Because the lawyer is saying something. So where you hear that from?
I had heard it on a long crime earlier before they had this.
Even the hospital said that they didn't tell her.
Lawyers can say things to make it look better, but you can have morphine while in labor. There's no issue with
he
that.
named like three other drugs too.
Zofran is fine as well, and sodium chloride is a drip from a. I mean, that's fine as well. I'm pretty sure.
And that baby was full term.
Well, they don't know. They haven't finished the autopsy yet.
Oh, this is still current?
Yes, she was only rearrested.
Man, Inge, this is some content right here. What we doing?
The issue is she had the baby put in the trash can and then covered it up. If it's just why do like just it's stupid. It fucked her.
Yep.
Like that screwed her over right there.
Yep,
She's
right
gonna get in
there.
trouble. She is gonna get in trouble for that.
She probably won't go to prison though.
And I hope she doesn't, and she shouldn't. But
what
that's where she messed up.
What I'm saying about her putting it in the trash is I didn't say it was good. I'm not saying
No.
that. But
Yeah,
I'm
I
saying
agree.
the hospital, they admitted that they had not told her that she was pregnant or
I think she
anything.
knew.
Did they say how long they waited to
They didn't tell her until she came out of the bathroom and back in bed.
But how long did they know till that moment? Like it was like hours before that moment?
I guess so, because that's what they said in the interview. But we can go back to it.
Yeah, I don't know how long before she went to the bathroom.
She had already got rid of the baby when she found out, when they told her. Because they were like, where's the baby at?
Jeez.
Watch.
They did, and they didn't bother to tell her.
See?
Mitchell also
Let
stresses
me take that
Treviso
back a
gave
second.
birth
They didn't
alone.
bother to tell her she
Baby.
was pregnant.
I mean, you just don't allow that kind of thing if you know what you're doing. They did, and they didn't bother to tell her.
Mitchell also stresses Treviso gave birth alone.
So this is a situation in which the hospital failed her, the nurses and doctors failed her, the medical investigator has failed her.
When asked why Treviso put her baby in the trash can, Mitchell echoes what Treviso says in body camera video.
Lexi, I told you about this. I just asked you, baby, to tell me the truth.
Told you. She's mortified of her
The
mom.
baby was dead.
Her mama
She
knew.
took her baby. I know and I'm not at liberty to get into that. I need to save that for our experts and stuff to discuss. And I really don't want to tip off the state of New Mexico.
No, I need to hear that conversation.
But let me put it this way. People would be very pleased with the actions that she took and the way she handled the situation, despite the fact she's on major pain medication, is in total shock and in a state of panic. She still tried to do the right thing by her baby. I'll tell you that much.
I bet you she tried to give
And
it
that baby
CPR.
wasn't put in the trash right away.
As Law and Crime Network reported, an autopsy conducted by the Office of the Medical Investigator showed the baby's death was not consistent with a stillbirth, finding he had air in his lungs.
Yep.
Mitchell says the results can't
And he said he wants a
necessarily
second
be trusted.
autopsy done.
I'm obviously going to have another expert look at that.
Yep.
I don't know if
course.
that's true or not, because I don't have much confidence in OMI.
He alleges the hospital illegally released parts of Treviso's medical history, something that may be considered malpractice.
Yep.
I'm absolutely convinced that not only
They shouldn't have been able to release that either. It was against HIPAA.
But she
And
better
that's
hope
what-
she don't have any searches on her phone that say she knew.
Yeah,
Ooh,
really.
Good one, Lacey. Oh, good one, Lacey. I didn't think about that. Oh,
But
Lacey.
see, Inky, I did hear that. The original autopsy said he was not a stillborn.
Right, but he believes differently.
Right.
He's like,
That's
there's
why he
no
wanted a
way.
second opinion. Yeah, that's why he wanted a
Yeah.
second opinion.
Because especially if the autopsy is being done and they're trying to protect the hospital, don't think they don't do that. They do.
All right, just for that, Lacey, I'm gonna go ahead and throw the race card in there too. She's Latino.
Do we
I know,
know
it's
if
horrible.
the autopsy was done by the hospital or taken to an independent coroner?
It has to go to an independent coroner that works for the hospital.
In these times, women are getting put in jail for having miscarriages. I mean, it's sickening.
Ma'am, did you see the last event where the babysitter grown woman was allegedly slept with the 14-year-old and got pregnant by him?
Oh my God.
No. What the hell?
Oh, okay, I will share. Hold on, let me find it. I did do content on it because that was
So
bananas.
this is good and it's current content. And I don't really look at things like this as content, but it throws me off because normally I'm like, oh no, that person's guilty. For some reason in my gut. And this is the part where I think, yeah, maybe the mom does have something to do with this, but I don't think she is of like sound mind. If you took the fear out of it, yeah. But when you have fear of your parent,
yeah,
it makes you do crazy things.
Yeah, the wrong choices. No, and she's young. She didn't really have no options. She didn't know better. That's how I'm looking at it.
Right.
All right,
16 years is hefty. She's a child.
Yeah. At
Well,
22,
did
I
she
knew nothing
honest-
about
I
kids.
mean, can we sit here and say that this young girl honestly thought that nobody was going to find that baby?
That's a thing too.
Okay.
I mean,
With all
kids
that
do stupid
blood
things.
all over the floor.
Kids do stupid things.
Yep.
Back
I'm
into a corner.
sorry. I'm having a real hard time with
13-year-old
this.
boy, and then becoming pregnant with his child won't face
Wow, look at
any
you go
jail
with all
time
them little
under a
super
plea deal
stickers
with
and super
prosecutor.
chats and
Can't hear this at all.
What kind of plea deal is that?
Call for action. Investigative reporter Matt Kroschel is joining us live tonight. Matt, 31-year-old Andrea Serrano was facing sexual assault charges, but accepted this new
Oh, I
plea
like that
deal
mic you
to
have.
stay out of prison.
Adam Serrano gave birth to a baby boy. She admitted to having sex with that 13-year-old. The victim's mother, who we're not going to identify in this story, tells us she is not happy with this deal offered to a woman she says ruined her son's life.
Yeah.
I feel like my son's robbed of his childhood. Now he's having to be a father. He's a victim, and he's gonna have to live with that for the rest of his life.
This mother says
Oh,
watching her
can you
son
pause this?
struggle with
Sure.
the reality
Yeah.
he now faces.
Swap
What-
the
how
genders
old
of
is
this
this?
shit.
How old is this?
This was like, hold on, let me.
And what was the deal she was given? I
This
couldn't.
was 3 months.
This is
This was
a
3
nanny?
months ago. This
This
is 3
is
months
only
ago.
3 months ago?
Mhm.
And she can't file charges on him for rape?
According
This
to
is
them,
the-
no. And
He
it's
can't-
more
he
to it,
can't-
so I don't want to tell it.
Okay. I'm like, no, that bitch needs to go in prison for rape.
Really though, yes. If it was a man.
Sorry, my French.
No, you're
Hi,
good.
Cam.
Let me know when you want me to play it.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I
Faces
I
breaks her
hate
heart.
shady
What has
people.
this been like for your son?
It's caused him a lot of depression. He's shut down a lot.
Now she questions why this woman won't face prison time.
I feel like if she was a man and he was a little girl,
Mhm.
it would definitely be different.
She said it.
Yep.
She's a woman.
Mhm. God, I need to learn how to do all that.
She's a woman.
Seeking incarceration.
Ooh.
And I
She's
feel
a
like
predator.
because she's a woman, they're having compassion for her because she was
Correct.
pregnant. But I don't think they take
Screw
into
that
play
shit. She
again,
raped
She
him.
was
Right.
pregnant by a child.
She's a PDF
At the
file.
very least. The very least. Give her time. Not time served though. As soon as she had that baby,
Yeah.
cart her right off. Let them get custody of the kids and let her do her prison time. Like
But the poor baby, he has to end up
really
raising that.
make her an example. Make her an example. We do it to men all the
I
time.
can't hear
Make
this.
her an
I can't
example.
tell if she got time or
That's
didn't get
great.
time.
You know, that child was created from a sexual abuse.
Under terms of the plea deal the suspect signed off on, she'll be required to register as a sex offender, and the judge could sentence her to 10 years to life of sex offender intensive supervised probation. But Serrano will avoid any jail time since the DA's office dropped the original charges to a lesser charge that does not come.
So did they even arrest her? Did they even arrest her?
With mandatory jail time.
What should other parents be looking for?
Don't trust anybody, honestly. I mean, you can't trust anybody now.
That was pretty much the gist of it right there.
Okay, well, apparently they did arrest her because we saw her mugshot.
Yeah, they arrested her, but she didn't do no. They dropped the charges after that. No, she didn't really drop the charge. They gave her probation. That was it.
That's insane.
No, it should be. That's an equal opportunity freaking crime, and it doesn't matter if you're male or female.
Yep.
If a man.
And here's the kicker. So now they're saying that she may be, well, not maybe, but he might have to go through like the process of like child support.
What?
To a PDF file.
No, that can't. No,
It is. It was a
To a
part two.
PDF file.
It was a part two. I never did do the update. It was a part two. Someone else had followed up on it, and it was
Oh
like,
no, we need to do this.
Wow.
I like your
Mr.
story. That's what I want to do. I want to do that story on my end because that was a good story. Because that's crazy.
that
Having
is
to pay your
crazy.
rapist child support?
No.
Your PDF file grapist? Come on.
Who?
And it's okay. You can use terms because this is it's a domestic violence sexual assault channel.
I
It's
didn't know.
yeah. So my channel's only censored when it comes to certain stuff, like when we're joking around about 50 Shades of Grey and kind of stuff like that.
Who
Keep
in
that
their
practice,
right
Lacey, because you might
mind?
be against my path. But keep that practice. Keep that practice.
Who in their right
I'm not saying be
mind
vulgar. I'm saying,
would
but you
make
can't say
this
certain things.
boy pay child support to this woman?
Well,
What?
it is the
What
law.
state is
It's the law.
this?
The government?
Yeah,
Right.
it's the law.
Pedophiles.
No, great. What state is this? Do you know?
I don't remember. I have to let me look into it.
God.
This is insanity.
31 with a 13-year-old. Now, let's not even say the genders. We would be upset just hearing that. Now,
Right.
we see the little lady, so cute, right? No, you just ruined that little.
that
That's
cute.
a baby.
Yep,
I
that's
mean,
a little boy. It's a little boy.
You should
Oh.
be Boy Scouts and summer camp. Now he's worried about a child.
God, thank God she didn't have anything.
God, disgusting.
Oh my God.
He could have caught an STD from that thing.
Yes.
I don't even know why I'm thinking this, but does he get to see this child?
Yeah. He had.
But wait,
the way-
wait.
Yeah.
Hold on. Would he want to? Someone who raped him? Would he want to see this child?
Well, at this point,
Right.
13 years
That's a
old. So I
good
don't think he had this mindset is there, but the way it's supposed to be
He's
worked
worried
out,
about playing with Legos.
Right.
the way it's
I wouldn't want
supposed
to see my rapist. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good. Just to answer her question, the way it's supposed to be worked out is visitations. But one visitation is she's supposed to have somebody there with her because of what she did to him. So
who has custody of the baby?
the mother.
Okay.
Like she doesn't need any kids.
31-year-old.
Yeah, it guaranteed goes to mom. It's automatically go to the mom.
So maybe it's passing the baby off has to be passed off to somebody other than this 13-year-old boy. Because I would think
But
she
wait,
can't
Marzi, would
near this boy.
you want a child that was conceived out of rape?
Your
No,
child.
I'm just thinking about if he is seeing this baby, she cannot be around him, so she's got to pass.
She
this
shouldn't
child.
be around kids. She just got done raping a 13-year-old.
She shouldn't
Right.
have, yeah.
But I would think they would have her give the baby to somebody, and then that person brings it to him.
But why would he want to see it?
Well, that's the second question.
I mean, we were
Probably.
just talking about abortions and rape. I mean,
Right.
this
Why
doesn't
would
make any difference for him, even though he's a boy. I mean, I don't know. Gray, what's your opinion? You're the only male on the panel.
No, I agree with you. That's a no. That's a no go.
That's
Why
going
would
to
I want-
torment him for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
But
He looked
then
at it and
maybe,
be like, I got raped by a 31-year-old lady.
and I'm not saying this is how he's thinking, but then we have to consider maybe he does feel a sense of, well, this is my child. And
No,
He's 13.
I understand he's 13. I'm not retarded, thank you. I'm just saying maybe he feels.
no, you need to correct him right there. This is correcting it at home. You don't need this baby. This baby was made out of evil. You need to be playing with fucking Legos. Go
And
back
I
to playing with
understand
Legos
he's
and
only
He
13.
didn't even start
but
high
then
school yet.
Can his family prevent him
Horrible.
from seeing this baby if he wanted
yeah, she
to?
can write they can file a restraining order.
He's 13 years
I don't
old.
think
with
that
a
would. I don't think that would
child.
help. I don't think that would help that much.
No, I understand his age.
I would not
do.
want my kid. I cannot.
The question I'm asking is, can his family prevent him from seeing his own child?
At the age of 13, yes.
How?
Because he's underage.
Yes.
Because he's a child, yeah. Unless he was like married to her, then he would get her consent from his wife.
I'm expressive on this one
Ugh.
because my daughter's been able to conceive since she was 7 because she was sexually abused for multiple years and she went through puberty at 7. If she was to be raped by an older person and had a kid, that other person might not be around, but I would definitely not want that to haunt her for the rest of her life by forcing her or having her see this creation.
But what if she wanted?
You need to
Are we
correct
serious
their
right now?
mind. You need to correct their mind. Be like, no, honey, this is not normal. This is not healthy for you. You need to let this go.
Does that
Am
do
I
more
sick in
harm
the head?
than
Am I
good?
the only one
I'm
that
just
thinks this
playing
way?
devil's advocate.
I
Does
see.
that do more harm than good?
It would do more harm. In my
I just
professional
wanna know
opinion and advocacy.
how a 31-year-old woman looks at a 13-year-old and is like, yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Look at the little
Yep.
peanuts.
Easy, Lacey. She said availability because she ain't getting it. Nobody ain't giving her attention. She said, "This is where it is, right here."
A child. That's
Yep.
the best I can do.
This is
13.
exactly. This is where it is.
Oh, I want to throw up.
I know, me too. That's horrible. What a
I
horrible.
look
I'm
at
just concerned
18-year-olds
that
like
Mar,
children.
and I know Marzi, you're playing the devil's advocate thing, but it's so hard for me because
Oh, it's Colorado.
I
Marzi.
just had this conversation earlier with a close friend of mine, and I was like, if this situation, because we were talking about abortion, this is how the whole thing got caught up with. I'm the far right conservative person, blah blah blah, and and I'm like, if something happened to my daughter and she got knocked up via that process,
abort
stage left. And
Seriously.
I would send her to therapy to make sure that she could work through her emotions and let it go.
I am not saying that he should see this baby. I'm just throwing out the questions like, if he wanted to, could he? Does he see this baby at the current moment psychologically?
Let's go with the first. Let's go with the first one. You said
these are just questions I'm throwing out.
okay. Well, let's go with the first one because you brought out 3. So let's go to could he? No, he's 13. I think all of us said that. Do he want to?
But wait, do we know that there's a law that says he can't see this child?
There's
13 years old. He's living under the roof with
Is
his mother.
there a law?
Yes.
Yes.
You cannot
What
look
is-
at your pet. You cannot look at the person that's been abusing you. It's against the law.
But if they had somebody that she handed the baby to, and then that person took the baby to the 13-year-old
But you wouldn't
boy.
want to subject that child
who
to
would do
more
that?
torment.
We're not getting into that right now. We're
You just-
talking about, is there a law that prevents a mediator from
Yes,
bringing
a
that
court
child
system.
to him?
A
No,
court system.
there is not law. There's not a law.
A
There
court
is
system
no
would not
law
agree
out
with it. There's a court system would not agree with subjecting the child. That would be child endangerment.
Correct.
There's
How do you
there's
figure
no
that?
CPS. There's no CPS on the planet that's going to say, "Oh, it's okay."
What's so crazy to me is that it's okay for this child abuser to have a baby.
Yeah, that bothers me too. That bothers me too. But what I'm saying is there is no law out there that says that he cannot see his own child. Now, Now we get into the
that's what he
issue
does.
of
The parent could probably go to jail for child endangerment because it's not in the best interest of that child's mental health.
Yeah,
But the
this point
state's
you beat the dead
okay.
horse. Yeah, you beat
okay,
the dead
you're
horse
talking
on that
about it's not in the best interest of the
That's
13-year-olds. Right. Well, that's the next thing but we were not considering that in the first question.
No,
Yes,
we
it
said
is.
that already.
No, the first question. No, I don't think Inky's hearing what I'm saying. The first question was: is there a law that would prevent that child from seeing?
Yes, because if
his
I
child?
was the parent and I had to answer to CPS because I let my son go visit a baby that was created out of rape and he's 13 years old, they would say that's child endangerment. Why are you introducing this trauma back to this child? So yes, there is.
So, well, that's not a law. That's a CPS decision.
That's a law.
That's part of the law.
That's the law.
Listen, Inky, I agree with you. If his
Do you know if you argue in front of your spouse, with your spouse in front of your child, the CPS can come get you?
Yes.
Just for arguing because
Let
it's
me
child
finish.
endangerment.
Let me finish what I'm saying. I agree with you in that if this 13-year-old boy's mother takes him to this woman's house to pick this child up so he can visit with his child, yes, that's child
It's not his
engagement.
child. It is a creation out of evil. That's where the mistake is being reiterated here.
No, it is his child. Inky, come on.
It's a creation out of evil.
It's a human being, and he had part in making that human being. It's his child.
Okay.
I agree.
We're
I just won't use the
okay.
evil. I won't use the word
Biologically,
Okay, can we move on to the next question? Because we're just gonna
Yeah, we beat that. Yeah, we beat that dead horse. We
Okay,
beat it.
but if
whatever you say, dear. Couldn't have just let it go.
And she left.
Yeah. Go ahead. What was the second question?
I don't know. She was she had like 5, and then we were still on the first question.
Go jam.
We were still a little on the first question that was trying to be rephrased and rephrased and rephrased. Like there's no rephrasing it. If a 13-year-old is under my house, living in my house, I'm not going to allow my 13-year-old. It's already bad enough that he or she went through enough of that trauma. So why would I go out my way to do visitations with the person that committed a crime and harm to my child? Every time, not even my child, but just me alone had to think of that. I'm thinking of doing bodily harm to that person that's walking free in the same neighborhood that was in my house, under my roof, that's supposed to be watching the care over my child 24/7 when I'm away. You're the babysitter. Sit.
I feel the same way, but it looks like this state doesn't care.
That was crazy. This is Colorado.
Yeah, that's surprising.
Wow, that is surprising.
And he's gonna have to pay child support. I mean, I'm not. And this woman's allowed to have a child after she abused a child. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm in the United States anymore.
Oh, you getting your
No,
passport
she shouldn't
too?
even have been allowed children. She shouldn't even have been allowed to keep that child because she just got done sexually abusing one. And
Correct.
that is the law in most states. If you have a record of sexual abuse, you're
She has to
never allowed to have
register, right?
custody, and you're not allowed to have
This is her
custody of
first
that
time,
child.
Lacey. This is the first encounter.
Oh, it don't. What first encounter is usually an escalation of some kind of.
Yeah, I'm not making an excuse. I'm just
And statistically speaking, they get away with it. 200 people that abuse boys get away with it over 200 times before getting caught the first time. The perpetrators that abuse girls get away with it about 50 times before getting caught the first time. I wrote a paper on it on the 3-strike rule when I was in school for law.
I agree with that one.
Right.
I so agree with that one. Which I don't know, because like on the spaces I be in, because they argue about who cheats more, who can get away with it more. Is obviously just the get away with it part is women.
Yeah. Because boys don't show signs and symptoms as prevalent as girls do.
And our culture likes the high five, like
oh yeah, I wish I had a hot teacher that would have, you know, like
True, I had a hot teacher, and the dude I knew, he actually slept with her. But the only effed up part was he got her pregnant, so now he had to suffer.
oh my god.
Yeah, teenager, teacher. Yep,
Brings all new
It's
meaning to the song
gross.
"Hot for Teacher."
that part. I got a lie. I had a.
Well, I am sorry that Marzi got frustrated and left the panel, but the only way for me to shut down the arguing is just by saying, "Okay, dear, yes, dear," because that's obviously a topic that or a question that we're not going to agree on. Only because I do know the laws, and CPS is part of the law. They work very closely with the
Yeah,
law.
but even if you don't know the law, I mean, just be okay to agree to disagree. I mean, I had a guy on one panel where something was about Dr. Umar, and one guy, he was very supportive of him. So he was like, "Well, I want to bring people on," because he knew he was biased. So we had the conversation. So I'm neutral. So I'm like, my thing was, if everybody got all these questions and complaints about the guy, he was on the live panel with him. Y'all could have had all your conversations, questions. Two, he publicly always announced he got all this information. Here's his phone number. Here's his emails. He'll address as much as he can. Take it there. And then, so somebody asked me in the chat, was like, "Well, what's your opinion on how he should handle the situation with what Dr. Umar Johnson's doing?" I said, "Well, my opinion is." All that money, because everybody kept harping about the school to school. I said all that money he's made, or GoFundMe's or donations he made in the States, in the US, he should take that, go to Africa, because everything's pretty much cheaper there, build a school there, promote all the great things there in Africa, and see if he can get the people here in the States to go there, because everybody's pretty much leaving the States regardless, right? So get there. So the guy was like, "Well, what about the boats?" I was like, "Huh? What about the boats?" He was like, "Well, you got to get the kids on the boat." I said, "Bro, are we serious right now? Are we serious?" I said, everything you do is a process. He's not going to just grab random kids and just take them and put them on a boat. Yeah, but he got to build the boat. Bro, at that point, I just like, yes. Yes.
Sometimes, right, you have to agree to just disagree.
Man.
You can't come to an agreeing point.
I guess it's because maybe my daughter's been through this, and I've been through this with her, and
Yeah, but I'm inclined. See right there, I'm inclined to be more lenient to listening more to you because you have firsthand knowledge experience of that, right? But
Yeah,
me,
right.
I haven't. But I know like outside family members or like family members that have been through it, but only hearing it from the grapevine coming inside knowledge. So the best thing I do is take people's word for it and give my perspective of it. But if it's like I'm gonna have more questions. But if I'm gonna challenge it, I'm gonna ask more questions, not try to debunk what you're saying. Does that make sense?
Exactly.
Confirmation bias,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
Because one thing I'm not gonna do, I'm not definitely gonna be the dead horse. I'm not gonna be the dead horse. Like, let's try to move on. Okay, we good, we got it. Turn the page. Is something else we can dive in? Like the whole with the last one, because for me, that's a great conversation to bring some awareness to situation, because I did not know that. That's bananas. That is bananas. And to me, and again, this is me probably projecting, but the mom looks serious. It literally had me think of the story with with somebody I dated, and she told me the whole thing when she 18 and how she had her first kid. And I was like, wow. And then what even made it worse, no family support. She stayed with the dude, and he turned out to be an abuser. Whether this is good intentions or not, he became the abuser of her. And she didn't, and just on the fear of coming back to the mom's home, because what the mother said was written in stone in that house, which was law. She was scared to go back home to ask for help because she was still getting abused by this dude.
That's so sad. I don't know. My mom was always very open and I guess the less you push your child in another direction, the less they want to go fight against it, rebel. So I never was very rebellious, and I was always comfortable with my mom. And I don't know, it makes me sad.
What are we loading up? I see that wheel.
Yeah, here, I'm gonna put it in the back chat. Maybe you can pull it up.
I think
I don't know why. I don't know why is it when I try to share, it really bogs down. Oh, there it went.
Yeah, I think it's happening to both of us. I'm getting the wheel too. Shout out to Xbox. This is the first bill of Act of 2012 and the landmark civil rights litigation in the United States.
So this is the victim's rights, and I've actually said it before on my channel, and I've posted it before on my channel.
Just a heads up, on our end, we don't say. I understand the topic can be what it is, but we don't say. Well, I don't say rip my end because YouTube will flag it. So
You don't say the R word?
Yeah, we say great.
Okay.
Yeah, YouTube doesn't like to shame people like
But it
that
allows
do that.
Lacey, but it allowed the N word 24/7 though.
Oh, of course. They allow a lot of other things, but don't say PDF file, don't.
Yeah.
Let's protect those people. Wouldn't want to offend them. Don't show their faces when they get caught trying to meet a child on here either.
That part.
So if you look up this state code, or not the state code, but the US code, it tells you what all their rights are. And they have a right to be protected, especially a minor. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I'm looking at it now.
Have you ever noticed that this on the US seal, that's the Star of David?
No, I didn't think about that.
Yeah. Right here on right above the eagle's head, it's a Star of David.
See, me looking at this, I'm thinking like the mom from the story I shared. I think she needs to dive into stuff like this.
Well, if you want, you sent me an email and I can send over a ton of information and help. If you need it, if you would like to share it, and resources in their area.
No problem.
And how to get through the red tape.
No problem. If I can, I don't know. I don't, because the mom left herself I don't want to be known, and which is fair, but just making awareness of it is great. But I definitely want to do have a conversation about that other one. That was very.
Oh, I don't want to. I don't need to know anything. I can just send it to you, and you can get it out.
Okay, that's fine.
If you need to, yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
And that's the whole purpose of my channel. And if you need me to scroll through here, let me know unless you were able to get it from the back chat.
Oh no, I have it.
Okay, so here's the codes right here. The US code is the 18 USC. And if you click on that, it will take you to exactly what all the rights are and pretty much everything you need to know as far as the US codes, which override any state code. And she's able to, he, she, whatever, that person is able to use those codes if they go to court. And they're according to the US state code, which overrides any state code, you are required to protect me and let me know this and give me this kind of help and even reimbursement, financial, housing, and all kinds of stuff. Yeah. There's so much information. People have no idea.
That's horrible that this is hidden.
People got to do it's sad. Number one, people don't want to share information. That's number one. Talk about it, or most people just too lazy even to take the time out to read.
Right.
Say you're in an abusive relationship, you get all your teeth knocked out. Do you know that you can get help and get all of that fixed for free because you're a victim of domestic violence?
I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. Me either.
Things like that. Yeah. And that's eventually, there is times that I do want to have these kind of discussions, but I think I want to do it once I can do it on members. So I don't have
you know, people clipping it and saying weird things or whatever. You know, I would like to do it in a more private area to where it's not just exploited everywhere. Like if someone wants to talk to me, email me. We can converse and I can give you the information you need. But don't put your personal business out there that way.
I agree to that. But the first part, just have to be fair, just as far as conversation goes, people's gonna clip everything. Like that's just how the internet gonna work. Hopefully the information, if you're giving the information, like you say, accordingly, whether they clip or not, the context is still there for like just for helping.
Yeah.
But I do agree about, you know, who you talk to. If somebody want to have the conversation and they feel comfortable with you, then definitely a private conversation to give the information to help out or point them in the right direction. Because there's a lot of things I don't know, and I'm like, I don't know, but I know people that do know, so go there. Because all I can do is just bring awareness. Let's have the conversation, like how we did earlier before the exit. Everybody just share their perspectives and just move on. For whoever outside watching on the replay and the live, those are the ones still gonna dictate what move they're gonna make from it. So, and that's pretty much how it goes.
Mm-hmm. And Marzi knows I love her, and it's just one of those topics that are one of those things that we're just, I'm just having a hard time with. You know, I understand her question, and I understand the law, and it's just hard for me to be like,
there's a lot. It was some stuff that Lacey was saying in the chat. I didn't take it. Not saying her attacking or whatever, but it was for me. And you could say maybe my acquisitive mind, Lacey, or just the quote unquote as a content creator. I want to dig in more, but at the same time, I have to understand and respect that you are a person. You're not. Hey, I came on the panel, so you can just ask me every freaking question. You know what I'm saying? So it's like.
Right.
That's kind of insensitive to do that. You know what I'm saying? So, and two, that's not the topic of the topic isn't Lacey.
Right.
You know? So, but people have to have that kind of thought process about that. Because it was somewhere I was on one panel, a guy randomly asked this chick from the panel to the chat, and we kind of knew her, and I commented in chat, like told her, I was like, you don't have to answer that question because number one, digital footprints is a real thing. And then his response was, what do you mean by that? I said, all right, let me hop on the panel. It's like, why are you asking her about her kid, bro?
Right.
I just want to know how old is the kid. Who cares?
Oh, no, it's none of your business.
Who cares? What have to do with the conversation on the panel? You went straight from the panel and then straight to the chat, asking some questions. Stay in your frame right now.
I like that. Stay in your frame.
Yeah. I have that at work. I literally have a sign, like I said, in frame, and they have my name and Jealous on it. And I didn't leave it there just because. Figure it out.
That is awesome. Wow, we need to get together. I know I need to get off here. We need to get together and go over those two cases. Like, I want to know more about his case. I need to go over there and listen to him when he's talking about it.
Yeah.
Gray. When Gray is talking about it.
Yeah, I'll drop the link in the
Well, you sent me an email. I just, I'll just keep in touch with you, and you can let me know when.
Yeah, no problem. But definitely Tuesday is the one for the group, and I thought Vic, I got to catch I thought Vic was gonna do like a late night after party after the bingo thing, but they didn't. So I'll try to catch them later on if they do a group panel because it's who I wanted on. It was TPR because I love him and his insight. Just to make it more balanced, and I know they have like good conversations. It's a little bit well balanced for Tuesday, but definitely if you, Lacey, or just even yourself free, because I want to at least get a second segment, just like that conversation. For me, that's like kind of like a sex expectations conversation, and that's what another segment I'm trying to work on. At least one night, a little bit late night, like after like 10, 11, and just have like an open conversation for something like that, like relationship dealing with sex. That situation like that, and just have like a huge conversation about it, because that's what I think need to be had. The Tuesday one is just for like, I'll pick the topic so everybody can kind of dive in on like, brain teasers, like let's have that thought process, and then that's pretty much it. But it's pretty much for them. Anything else like I do randomly, like the one I did earlier, is like if I wake up like, yo, let's talk about narcissistic traits, boom, let's have that conversation. And I still want to Mhm.
And
Yeah,
and
that's
I'm much
interesting.
more quieter when I'm on someone else's panel. I am not as like yeah.
Well,
No,
this
I'm
is
like a
your
damn
home.
mouse.
Yeah,
I know.
you're the captain of your ship. So that's why I'm more like, because I'm on the other end of the fence. If I go on the P panel, I'm the quiet one, but I'm more of the like, let me ask and then let me see where I fit in. That's just how I go. But you can kind of tell, like, because you see most panel like real debate panels, or you got ratchet panels. So it's like, because I know like a lot of loud panels, I'm the quiet one, and then I had a guy who was like, "Hey, Grace, say something." Like, bro, like 5 people yelling at the same time. It's like, you got to fit in to get in. I said, you know what? I'll just sit here. I'll sit. Until my
I'm
turn.
not a fan of the screaming matches either.
No, because
I'll
words
go
don't.
quiet, and then people will be like, "She doesn't even have control of the channel," because I'm just sitting in the back while everybody's like.
Oh no, not on my panel. I don't tolerate that. Like, it's not gonna be no 50 yelling. Like, I've been kicking and blocking people since 38 subscribers. Like, I don't do that. I don't do that. Like, let's have a good conversation. Even the fact, like, just so this is my thing. It's, to me, it's a brand. Like, I am who I'm representing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like all that profanity. We're all adults. You don't need all that profanity just to have a conversation to go back and forth. If you disagree with something, like for example, one of homeboys, he called E the Man. He just can't help it though. So if you're saying something he disagrees, he's gonna automatically shake his head. So I think it's funny when he do it, but he's not gonna cut you off. He's not gonna interrupt you. And then it's like you know when adults is like kind of chiming in, like how we just did earlier. That's pretty much how it would go. Or me personally, if I think you like the more quieter one, I will like give time for you to chime in to get your thoughts across, and then that's it. Then we just have a good conversation, and it's like 2 hours and less. But if it's like one person I told, if it's like an hour and it's not really going nowhere, and I'm like, all right, cool. Like, I understand like the tempo is dying. Doesn't really try to keep trying to make conversation to drag it out. Like, we'll just end it, and that's it, and just bow aggressively.
And I get, even on my own streams, I get really shy and I'm really quiet. And sometimes I think it's just because there's so much in my brain and I don't know what to say because there's so much in there. I'm like, where do I start?
I think you like I think you would like my co-host Classic Ruby. I think my recent stream what our lasers on, check that one out. She's like that, but she's like more very like not like she's a crazy sponge of knowledge, and she just always does research on everything. But if you let her talk, she would just go. I think you and her would get along. Who I had on there recently? She was new. I think she did me a solid favor. Her name was Mel Cold Truth, and she came on and we had like a great conversation. And she was like thanking the whole panel and stuff. So, but that's pretty much the space I like to create. Like, it's just great areas of conversation. Everybody get their perspective across. Everybody from the outside looking in, even on the replay, you take something from them out of it. If you don't, you don't. You do, and that's cool. But one thing I won't tolerate is just disrespect of any kind. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't mind like little at the chat's gonna be a chat, but if it's somebody like, I think one guy, I think I was doing something just me reacting to the pro things with Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes is a known white supremacist, and some guy came in the chat was like, yeah, it's only 9 people in the chat, huh? I forgot what he said. So I highlighted the chat. I sipped on my coffee and tea, and I kicked them off. I said, now it's 8. And I went back on with the conversation. I'm not going to have you derail something that does, like, no, this is not it. This is not the place for it.
Right. Exactly. Lacey, it's been so nice having you up.
Oh
my gosh.
I'm falling asleep. I'm so sorry. It's like 3 a.m. here.
Oh,
I was literally
your little
dozing
bunny
off.
rabbit. Yeah, your little bunny rabbit's eyes are like, hey.
I know, it says it all.
You woke me up when you said my name.
I'm sorry.
It's
I was
okay.
just saying it's amazing having you up.
I'm
love
so
having
happy that you
Marzi
have.
up too, and most of the time, like, we pretty much agree on things except for certain bodily functions and everything else.
That's fine. Nobody have to agree on everything.
Right.
Hey, I was low key, poking the bear Lace, like, oh, she's on our team a little bit. She went from, I'm standing on my square. She's like, well, maybe. I'm like, yes.
I don't know.
It's called diversity, right? For a reason.
Of course. And there's always room to change your opinion and learn.
Yep. All right, we'll let you get some sleep. So
yes.
One.
Thank you so much, love. I do
No
appreciate you. And Gray, thank you for coming up and The email you sent me, is that your next live?
Yes.
Okay, I will be there, or be square.
All
I
right.
am subscribing to Gray.
Yes.
thank
Can
you,
you
thank
put your let me see. I can put his link in chat unless he can. Let's see.
Everybody click and I hear it. Like, who gets there first? Did I have my previous?
Wait.
country too?
Okay. Wait. It's right here. Okay, now I gotta find. Oh,
I think it's the internet mess with both of us. For some reason, I'm on that slow wheel. What's going on? Let me see if I got
here.
the
I'm
previous-
gonna put it in chat, and I'm gonna put it in back chat.
Okay.
the
And
internet
he has such nice, calm, relaxing, like.
You know why? I came from the gamer side, so you know how they rage out. So I'm like, this is when I hear people acting the way they do on the internet in YouTube land, I'm like, this is nothing.
I know people be screaming over there on Twitch.
I was bad on Call of Duty days. I was like, I had to retire that because I know I would have. Oh man, I had to retire that. I'm glad I played the 2 games I play because it got me in this Zen moment.
For real.
But-
Like, I'm sure when people watch me game, and I've had people coming in and watch me because I'll stream to Twitch, and here they're just like, man, she's like monotone, boring, you know? Because I'm just like, la da da. Oh no, don't step in that, you know?
I'm gonna email you my gaming channel, and it's a moment where like I do my, you know how you play your part, right? You good. Somebody, the moment you act, I gotta say dumb retarded, but that's us on the gamer side, like, so I apologize. The moment somebody act out of character where they know their role and they'll play their role, do not let me get on that mic. Because if I get on that mic, feelings would get hurt. And I'm calm with it. Like I'm.
That's where he's low key petty.
Yeah, I no lie. I had one guy mad. All I did was apologize to him, and he was getting heated for no reason. And now I'm playing the game the whole time. But yeah,
I'm so sorry your feelers are hurt. Yeah.
Yeah, all I did was apologize to him. I said, "God bless you, sir." I apologize. He just getting mad and mad. I said, "God bless you." I apologize.
He wants you to get mad. That make him feel better.
Well, I'll send it to you too, Lacey. But it was bananas. It was crazy.
Okay, I'll watch it. I'll lay down in bed and watch it to fall asleep because that's what I do. That's actually, yeah. I'll fall asleep listening to people's streams. I don't even listen to my own damn streams.
I don't really rewatch mine unless I just start doing timestamps, but I really don't rewatch mine. Like, I feel like that's a good show. We exit out, move on to the next.
Amen.
All right. Catch y'all ladies later. Y'all have a good one.
Yes, good night, y'all.
Thank you very much. Love you all.
No problem.
Love you too.